Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗵𝗶𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Appearance, name, 𝑦/and L/and gender, male age, 15 birth date, August 10th race, half Japanese father's side, half Mexican mother's side height, 5'10"/178 cm eyes, brown hair, brown quirk, spider quirk type, mutant favorite color, red favorite food, cherry pie favorite thing, science personality, kind, humorous, selfless, protective especially of those he cares about. Likes/loves, family, friends, science, quips, sci-fi, music, fishing, spiders. Dislikes/hates, bullies, criminals, villains. Abilities, indomitable will, superhuman mind, photographic memory, ambidextrous. The narrator shared a sad truth. All men are not created equal, and life isn't fair. This lesson was learned repeatedly. One night, a man and woman exited a movie theater with their 2 young children, an 8-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. The father suggested they take a cab home, but before the mother could respond, the son eagerly proposed a different idea. He suggested they cut through the park, and his sister excitedly agreed. The mother expressed concern about the long walk, but the children pleaded with their father, who ultimately decided to go along with the plan. The mother, still worried, voiced her concerns about safety, but the father reassured her with a confident smile, claiming he would keep them all safe. As the family walked into the park, 𝗧/and challenged his sister to a race. She accepted eagerly and took off, leaving him behind. He smiled and chased after her, playfully calling her a cheater. Although she led the race, 𝗧/and could have easily surpassed her, thanks to his unique quirk. 𝗧/and was born with a quirk, a powerful ability that set him apart from his quirkless family. His quirk granted him numerous superhuman abilities, including the ability to communicate with spiders. As they ran, he began to hear voices in his mind warning him to leave the area. Suddenly, a large figure with green skin and a purple cloak leaped from a tree, causing 𝗧/and to gasp in horror as he witnessed his sister fall to the ground. The assailant, a tall, muscular creature with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes, turned its attention to 𝗧/and. He instinctively moved back but felt a strange sensation that caused him to stumble. The creature approached menacingly, its claws stained with his sister's blood. In a moment of desperation, their father charged at the beast, but his efforts were futile. The creature effortlessly overpowered him, and 𝗧/and's heart sank as he realized the danger they were in. Their mother stepped in front of 𝗧/and, urging him to run while she confronted the beast. She bravely attempted to defend her children, but the creature retaliated with overwhelming force. 𝗧/and watched in horror as she fell, leaving him alone with the looming threat. In a panic, 𝗧/and crouched behind a tree, trying to remain silent as the beast searched for him. His heart raced as the creature drew closer, its sinister smile growing wider. The beast approached the tree, and 𝗧/and held his breath, hoping to remain hidden as he prepared for whatever would come next. The beast looked around in confusion, glancing up at the tree where 𝗧/and had climbed, sticking to the trunk with his quirk. 𝗧/and could only watch in horror as the beast searched for him, but to his surprise, it continued its search without noticing him. He thought to himself, wondering how he had managed to remain unseen. As he looked at his hand, he realized it had no color and was completely transparent, with a red outline visible across his body. He was invisible. His moment of relief was short-lived as he heard the beast sniffing the air again. A voice echoed in his mind, suggesting that the creature could sense him, but it was confused by the presence of multiple spiders nearby. The beast let out a frustrated growl and quickly ran away from the scene. 𝗧/and remained hidden for a few more moments before cautiously crawling down the tree and onto the ground. Once he stood up, his invisibility faded. He looked up at the spiders still on the tree and thanked them for their help. Rushing back to his family, 𝗧𝗏 was met with a heart-wrenching sight. Their bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Tears filled his eyes as disbelief washed over him. Suddenly he heard a weak whimper. Turning his gaze, he saw his sister moving slightly. He rushed to her side and noticed blood seeping from her wound. Kneeling beside her, he placed his hands over the injury, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. His sister looked up at him, tears glistening in her eyes, expressing her pain. 𝗧𝗏 reassured her, promising that she would be all right and urging her to hold on. In a moment of desperation, he cried out for help, pleading for someone to assist them. His sister reached out to him, expressing her fear before her breathing ceased, her eyes closing as her body went limp. 𝗧𝗏 called out to her, but there was no response. As more tears streamed down his face, he begged her to stay with him, wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace, filled with sorrow and regret. He raised his head to the night sky, crying out in a mix of rage and grief. After some time, 𝗧𝗏 used 𝗧𝗏's phone to call the police, who arrived with paramedics. While they tended to his family's bodies, he was asked to describe what had happened. A police officer approached him gently, inquiring if he had anyone to take care of him. Later, the officer drove 𝗧𝗏 to a house where his aunt and uncle welcomed him with open arms, embracing him tightly. The officer confirmed their relationship and asked if they could care for him, to which they assured him they could. 𝗧𝗏 nodded in response to the officer's inquiry about his well-being before the officer departed. Inside the house, 𝗧𝗏 was led to the living room and sat down on the couch, lowering his head as he began to cry quietly. His uncle knelt in front of him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder and assuring him that they would take care of him. They shared a heartfelt hug as 𝗧𝗏 wept for his lost family, while his uncle quietly mourned the loss of his brother. 𝗧𝗏 approached, gently caressing 𝗧𝗏's head and suggesting he get some rest. She led him to their bedroom, where she helped him settle into bed, pulling a blanket over him and kissing his forehead before leaving the room. As 𝗧𝗏 lay there, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him, reflecting on his inability to save his family. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he closed his eyes, consumed by guilt. In the stillness of the night, darkness enveloped him until he heard voices echoing in his mind. Memories of his family's final moments flooded back, and he gasped awake, sitting up in bed, breathing heavily. It had been 5 years since that tragic day, and he had been living with his aunt and uncle ever since. Determined to protect them, 𝗧𝗏 dedicated himself to training his body and honing his quirk. He stood from the bed, preparing for the day ahead, and put on his school uniform. Meanwhile, downstairs, his uncle worked on a device while his aunt knitted, both concerned about 𝗧𝗏 and the weight he carried. He was feeling lost as he continued working alongside 𝗧𝗏. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗏 came down the stairs, dressed in his uniform and carrying his backpack. He announced that he was heading off to school, waving goodbye to them. 𝗧𝗏, eager to help, insisted on driving him. 𝗧𝗏 reassured him that he would take the train, but 𝗧𝗏 was determined, claiming he needed the exercise. 𝗧𝗏 opened the door and stepped outside, while 𝗧𝗏 grabbed his jacket and gave 𝗧𝗏 a thumbs up before following him out and closing the door. Behind them, after a drive in 𝗧𝗏's car, they arrived at 𝗧𝗏's school and parked nearby. 𝗧𝗏 thanked 𝗧𝗏 for the ride and began to unbuckle his seatbelt. However, 𝗧𝗏 stopped him, saying they needed to talk. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they could talk later, but 𝗧𝗏 insisted they should address things now. He expressed concern about how long it had been since they last communicated, mentioning that he felt like he hardly knew 𝗧𝗏 anymore. He pointed out that 𝗧𝗏 had been neglecting his chores, spending too much time in his room, and getting into fights at school. 𝗧𝗏 interrupted, defending himself by saying he hadn't started the latest fight, but 𝗧𝗏 reminded him that he had certainly finished it. 𝗧𝗏 had faced bullying for years due to his quirk, being labeled as creepy, and for being half Mexican. He had struggled to make friends because of it. Recently, a bully had crossed a line, insulting him about his deceased family, which led to 𝗧𝗏 reacting strongly and slamming the bully against a wall. Thankfully, The bully's quirk provided him with some protection, but he still sustained injuries. 𝗧/N argued that he couldn't just run away from the situation. 𝑈/N acknowledged that running away wasn't the answer but warned 𝗧/N that he was changing, just as 𝑈/N had at that age. 𝗧/N disagreed, insisting that their experiences were not the same. 𝑈/N cautioned him about the importance of these formative years and the kind of person he was becoming. He reminded 𝗧/N that just because he had the power to fight back didn't mean he should. With great power comes great responsibility, he explained. 𝗧/N, feeling frustrated, asked if 𝑈/N was afraid he would turn into a criminal. He insisted that he would figure things out on his own and asked 𝑈/N to stop lecturing him. 𝑈/N, realizing he might have overstepped, agreed to pick 𝗧/N up after school and let him go. After a time skip, 𝗧/N found himself in his last class, resting his face in his hands, feeling remorseful for how he had spoken to 𝑈/N. He resolved to apologize as soon as he saw him. Suddenly his spider sense tingled, and his vision shifted. He saw 𝑈/N being struck by a man's quirk before collapsing. Confused, 𝗧/N shook his head, trying to convince himself it was just his imagination. As the final bell rang, he quickly gathered his belongings and left the classroom. Outside, he hurried toward the spot where 𝑈/N had dropped him off. His heart raced as he noticed police and a crowd gathering. A sense of dread washed over him. He pushed through the crowd, hearing snippets of conversation about someone getting hurt, which only heightened his anxiety. Reaching the center of the commotion, 𝗧/N saw police officers blocking the area. He tried to get through, but a female officer stopped him. Ignoring her, he managed to see 𝑈/N lying on the ground. Panic surged through him as he called out, desperate to know what had happened. The officer informed him that 𝑈/N had been hit by a criminal's quirk and that paramedics were on their way. 𝗧/N knelt beside 𝑈/N, who had his eyes closed but was still breathing, calling out his name in concern. He called to him. 𝗧/N opened his eyes and began to look at his surroundings. 𝗧/N called to him again, making 𝗧/N look up with teary eyes. He responded softly, acknowledging 𝗧/N's presence. Tears began to roll down 𝗧/N's cheeks as he assured 𝗧/N that he was there. 𝗧/N slowly lifted his right hand, and 𝗧/N gently grabbed it. As 𝗧/N closed his eyes and laid his head on the ground, 𝗧/N's expression shifted to one of deep concern. 𝗧/N's grip on 𝗧/N's hand went limp, and his hand fell to his side. 𝗧/N was gone. 𝗧/N gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face as he mourned the loss of his uncle. Suddenly, a furious expression crossed his face. His teeth and nails sharpened, and his eyes glowed red. He mentally demanded to know where the culprits were, and the spiders in the area responded immediately. 𝗧/N stood up and quickly maneuvered through the crowd before sprinting down an empty alleyway at incredible speed. He discarded his backpack and uniform jacket, shooting spider silk from his fingertips to create a mask made of webs that covered the lower half of his face. As he ran, he noticed a dead end ahead due to another building blocking his path. 𝗧/N pushed himself to run faster, leaping high into the air and camouflaging himself. He landed on the roof of a building and continued his pursuit, jumping from one rooftop to another until he spotted the criminal he was after. The man, clad in a costume with yellow quilt patches, was using his quirk to launch himself into the air with concentrated blasts of air from his arms. 𝗧/N immediately began to chase after him. Elsewhere, the criminal landed on the sidewalk, falling to one knee and grunting in pain. Frustrated, he yelled in anger before being tackled from behind and pinned to the ground by a male hero. The hero informed the criminal that he was coming with him, but the criminal growled in response. He quickly charged up his quirk in his left arm and elbowed the hero in the face, momentarily dazing him. The criminal then spun to his left and punched the hero away, sending him several feet back. As he got to his feet, he felt intense pain in his arms and looked at his shaking hands. Clenching his fists, he aimed them towards the ground, charging up his quirk and blasting off. Just as he was about to escape, an invisible force struck him, knocking him off balance and causing him to fall. He crashed into the ground and rolled into an alleyway, where he was suddenly grabbed and thrown down the rest of it by the same invisible force. He crashed into a wall at the end of the alley and fell to the ground again, pushing himself back up as pain coursed through his body. Confused, he looked down the alley and saw no one there. A sense of dread filled him as he aimed both arms forward, demanding to know who was there. He then saw 𝐬/N, who had just deactivated his camouflage. 𝐬/N's furious expression and glowing red eyes sent a chill down the criminal's spine. He questioned 𝐬/N, demanding to know who he was and what he wanted. 𝐬/N's voice dripped with venom as he revealed that the criminal had murdered his uncle. The criminal's eyes widened in shock, and he nervously claimed that he hadn't meant for things to go that way. 𝐬/N, filled with rage, stormed towards him, prompting the criminal to charge up his quirk in defense, warning 𝐬/N to stay back. But 𝐬/N was quicker, shooting 2 webs at the criminal's arms, pinning him to the wall. 𝐬/N dashed forward, shoving his left forearm against the criminal's throat, holding him firmly in place. He raised his right arm, and a long bone-like spike protruded from his wrist, aimed at the criminal's head. In a fit of rage, 𝐬/N declared his intent to kill the criminal, but at the last moment he hesitated. His eyes returned to normal as he slowly retracted the bone spike and released his grip on the criminal. The criminal, bewildered, asked if 𝐬/N was letting him go. 𝐬/N raised his right arm again, placing his fingers on the left side of the criminal's neck. With a firm response, he activated a surge of electricity, knocking the criminal out cold. Hearing sirens approaching, 𝐬/N quickly camouflaged himself and leaped to the top of the building, escaping just as a police car pulled up. 2 officers exited with their weapons drawn, entering the alleyway to find the unconscious criminal. They exchanged glances, bewildered by the situation. Time passed, and 𝐬/N found himself sitting on top of a building, his mask off, crying once more over the loss of 𝑢/N. In the afternoon, he walked home with his dirty backpack and uniform jacket. Upon entering his house, he saw 𝐬/N sitting in a chair, worry etched on her face. She approached him as he recounted what had happened to 𝑢/N. They embraced, tears flowing freely. Weeks went by, and a funeral was held for 𝑢/N. 𝐬/N sat on the side of his bed, wearing his school uniform and silently crying when 𝐬/N entered the room and sat beside him. He expressed how much he missed 𝑢/N, and 𝐬/N comforted him, acknowledging her own grief. 𝐬/N reflected on the last conversation he had with 𝑢/N, feeling regret for not listening to him. 𝐬/N reassured him that 𝑢/N loved him and believed in the great things he was destined to achieve. 𝐬/N felt a sense of determination as he reflected on his uncle's words about responsibility. He had made a promise to himself to become a hero, not just for his own sake, but for his family. For the next 2 years, he dedicated himself to intense training, pushing his abilities to new heights. 𝐬/N had developed extraordinary powers that set him apart. His superhuman condition allowed him to surpass the limits of normal humans and most quirk users. He possessed spider-like abilities, including the ability to stick to surfaces, detect vibrations, and manipulate spider silk. His fangs and claws could pierce through tough materials, and he could generate powerful pheromones and venoms. With skills like gliding, water walking, and darkness adaptation, he was well prepared for any challenge. Despite lacking formal combat training, 𝐬/N had honed a freestyle technique that utilized his speed and agility. He was cautious about using the full extent of his quirk, fearing the potential consequences. After 2 years of relentless training, the day of the entrance exam for 𝐒𝐻 arrived, the prestigious Hero Academy in Japan. On the day of the exam, 𝐬/N wore his school uniform and walked alongside other students, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. He paused to take in the impressive building ahead of him, a smile spreading across his face as he thought about his future at 𝐒𝐻. As he continued, he noticed a girl in a black school uniform with short dark green hair trip and begin to fall. Without hesitation, 𝐬/N shot a web line from his wrist to catch her backpack. Just then, a girl with brown hair intervened, using her quirk to stop the green-haired girl from hitting the ground. The brown-haired girl helped her to her feet, expressing concern for her well-being. 𝗧𝗵 watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his fellow students as they all took their first steps toward becoming heroes. 𝗧/N felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as he approached the brown-haired girl, who had caught him off guard. With a smile, she mentioned how she hadn't expected him to catch her. 𝗧/N replied that she had beaten him to it, drawing her attention as he moved closer. The brown-haired girl pointed at the web line attached to the green-haired girl's backpack, asking if it was from him. He confirmed with a nod and a smile before carefully cutting the web off with his index finger. The brown-haired girl then asked if the situation was nerve-wracking, to which 𝗧/N agreed with a smile. The green-haired girl seemed shy and struggled to respond, her cheeks flushed. The brown-haired girl waved goodbye as she headed inside, leaving 𝗧/N alone with the green-haired girl. He remarked on how nice the girl seemed, but she continued to blush, unable to find her words. 𝗧/N wished her good luck and started walking toward the building, only to hear her laughter behind him, which made him feel a bit nervous. Inside, 𝗧/N joined hundreds of other students in a room labeled U. High School Hero Course Exam Orientation. As everyone took their seats, the stage lit up and the well-known hero, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲, made a grand entrance. He greeted the candidates enthusiastically, trying to engage the crowd, but silence filled the room. Undeterred, he quickly moved on to explain the practical exam details. 𝗧/N noticed the green-haired girl from earlier, who was excitedly muttering about 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 and his radio show. A rude boy nearby interrupted her, telling her to be quiet. 𝗧/N felt a pang of sympathy for her as she covered her mouth, embarrassed by the attention. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 continued, outlining the mock battles they would face, emphasizing the importance of using their quirks wisely while avoiding attacks on fellow examinees. A tall boy with dark blue hair raised a question about the exam materials, pointing out an inconsistency regarding the types of villains they would encounter. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 clarified that one of the villain types was merely an obstacle, not worth any points, and encouraged the students to focus on the real challenges. The blue-haired boy accepted the explanation and sat down, while other students began to discuss the exam's video game-like nature. As the orientation wrapped up, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 shared a motivational quote about heroism and encouraged everyone to give their best effort. After a time skip, the students changed into their exercise clothing and arrived at their battle center, preparing for the practical exam. 𝗧/N donned a red skin-tight full-body suit, feeling a surge of confidence as he reminded himself that all his training had led to this moment. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲's voice rang out, urging them to start without hesitation, and 𝗧/N felt the adrenaline kick in as he prepared for the challenges ahead. "You're wasting airtime here," he told them. 𝗧/N immediately ran into the battle center at full speed and saw a one-point villain. The villain began to announce its target acquisition, but before it could finish, 𝗧/N dashed forward and delivered a powerful uppercut, incapacitating it and earning himself a point. Everyone stared in shock at how easily he dealt with it, thinking in surprise about his impressive skills before they all began to rush in after him. "Come on!" one boy shouted. "Don't let him get all the points." Another yelled out. Time passed, and 𝗧/N was seen lifting an entire 3-point villain above his head. He shouted out his score before throwing the robot down the street, where it collided with a 2-point villain, taking them both out. "I gotta keep moving," he thought to himself before jumping into the air. In a dark room, multiple staff members from the school were watching the examinees through monitors. One of them noted that the examinees had no idea how many villains were present or their locations. They had limited time, had to cover a vast area, and needed to hunt down every last target. Some used information-gathering abilities to strategize, while others relied on speed to get ahead. Remaining calm under pressure was a significant advantage, as was pure power and combat ability. The most successful students used a combination of these tactics, and he pointed to a monitor showing 𝗧/N facing 5 one-point villains lined up ahead of him. 𝗧/N's nervous system glowed red as he ran toward the robots, swiftly taking them out one after the other. Another staff member commented on his promising performance, while another cautioned that there was still plenty of time left in the exam and the real test was yet to come. Back with 𝗧/N, He jumped high into the air, crossing his arms and shooting web lines from his wrists that stuck to the ground. He pulled himself downward and landed on another 1-point villain, crushing it and earning another point. That's 60, he thought to himself just as his spider sense went off and the entire battle center began to shake. What the? He cut himself off as he turned around to see the enormous 0-point villain looming over them. 𝗧𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in shock as he took a few steps back. Holy shock! He exclaimed in disbelief as the robot punched the ground, sending a strong gust of wind toward all the examinees. Someone yelled in fear, and everyone began to flee from the robot while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 stood frozen, staring at it. He crouched down, and the nervous system in his legs began to glow. A few other examinees glanced back at him as they continued to run. What's he doing? One girl wondered. He's not thinking of fighting that thing, is he? Another boy questioned. A hero's just someone. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 thought to himself before suddenly jumping, launching himself high into the air at blinding speed toward the robot. As he flew toward it, he aimed both arms forward and released his stingers. Who doesn't give up? He shouted as he pierced through the head of the robot, causing it to deactivate and fall backward. The other examinees looked on in shock and awe. I did it, he thought happily before shooting a web line at a nearby building and landing safely on the ground. Man, that was intense. He cut himself off as his spider sense went off again, and a giant shadow was cast above him. He turned around just in time to see the robot falling toward him. He yelled as he quickly ran and jumped out of its way before it landed with a thud. 1 week later, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 lay on his bed, hoping he had passed the exam when 𝗧𝗏𝗏 burst into the room, holding up an envelope with a red stamp that read. A small time skip later, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 sat at his desk with the envelope in front of him. He sighed before opening it, revealing a small disc. What's this? He thought before setting it down. The disc suddenly projected a hologram of All Might. Booyah! I am here as a projection now. All Might exclaimed enthusiastically. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 widened his eyes in surprise. All Might? What's he doing here? He thought curiously. Congratulations, young 𝗧𝗏𝗏, you not only passed the written test with flying colors but also the practical exam with 60 combat points. All Might announced, making 𝗧𝗏𝗏 smile and cheer in excitement. He quietly yelled, pumping his right fist. But that's not all, All Might continued. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 looked at the hologram curiously. There were also other factors. The practical exam was not graded on combat alone. A clip of 𝗧𝗏𝗏 destroying the 0-point villain played. How could a hero course not notice someone who is committed to protecting others, no matter the consequences to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about, training those who would risk their lives for the greater good. So, we have rescue points. A panel of judges watches and awards points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 60 rescue points. You now have a total of 120 points. Well done, young man. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 stared in disbelief before a smile spread across his face. All Might then held out his left hand toward the camera. Welcome, 𝗧𝗏𝗏. You have made it. You are now a part of the Hero Academia, he said before the hologram turned off. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 continued smiling as tears rolled down his cheeks. Mom, Dad, 𝗧𝗏𝗏. I did it, he thought before wiping away his tears. Outside his room, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 paced back and forth. When 𝗧𝗏𝗏 opened the door, she immediately stopped and looked at him, waiting for the results. His only response was a nod and a smile. She began to tear up and hugged him tightly. I'm so proud of you, she screamed with joy. In the dark room, the school staff reviewed the exam results. Check out the results from the exam, one of them said. The second-place student didn't even have rescue points, another observed. He took down those faux villains like an ace. While most of the other examinees were running from the big obstacle, he stayed focused on letting the smaller targets get in close and then counterattacking. That kid is tough, one commented. On the opposite end, the 7th-place student had 0 villain points, another added. Hopeful to take out that giant robot, 𝗧𝗏 reflected on how rare it was to see someone defeat it with a single attack. One of his classmates questioned the cost of such power, noting how badly she had injured herself. Another added that it seemed her body wasn't accustomed to her quirk. 𝗧𝗏's performance had earned him 60 combat and hero points, a perfect balance, which surprised one of his classmates who expected him to score even higher. They discussed how quickly he had dispatched the foe villains, speculating that he might have been trying to leave some for others, and complimented his kindness. They were impressed by how he had taken down the giant robot, piercing through it with incredible speed. The conversation turned to the potential of 𝗧𝗏 as a powerhouse, expressing excitement about teaching him. In the back of the room, a man with long black hair, dressed in black clothing and a large gray scarf, hummed to himself as he stared at the screen. The next day, 𝗧𝗏 stood in a graveyard, speaking to the tombstones of his family and uncle. He expressed his hope of making them proud as he prepared to attend you. In the morning, 𝗧𝗏 stood by the door in his new uniform. His aunt asked if he was ready, and he nodded in response. She smiled and expressed her pride in him, hugging him tightly and mentioning that their family would be proud too. 𝗧𝗏 returned the hug, thanking her before stepping out and heading to you. Upon arriving at 𝐴, 𝗧𝗏 walked through the halls in search of Class 1A. He marveled at the size of the school when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw the green-haired girl from the entrance exam running toward him, and he smiled, thinking how good it was that she had made it. He called out to her, and she recognized him as the one who had tried to save her during the exam. They introduced themselves, with 𝗧𝗏 offering his first name for her to use. As they walked together, 𝗧𝗏 learned that she was also heading to Class 1A. He was surprised and excited, suggesting they introduce themselves properly. They reached their classroom, only to find the door towering above them, leaving them both astonished. 𝗧𝗏 wondered if anyone actually this tall attended the school. The girl, 𝗧𝗂, expressed her thoughts about the promising students waiting behind the door. When 𝗧𝗂 opened the door, they were greeted by a scene of chaos. A boy with short, spiky ash-blonde hair lounged in his chair with his feet on the desk, while another boy with navy blue hair scolded him for disrespecting the school property. The blonde boy retorted with a sharp insult, and 𝗧𝗏 recognized both boys from the entrance exam. The blue-haired boy introduced himself as 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝐸, while the blonde boy dismissed him with a challenge. As the class turned their attention to 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗧𝗂 nervously greeted them, and 𝗧𝗏 waved back with a smile. 𝗕𝗏𝗍 approached them, eager to introduce himself, but 𝗧𝗂 cut him off, introducing herself instead. 𝗕𝗏𝗍 noted 𝗧𝗂's perceptiveness, admitting he had misjudged her. Just then, a brown-haired girl from the entrance exam recognized 𝗧𝗏 and greeted him warmly. 𝗧𝗏 introduced himself, and they shook hands. 𝗧𝗂 chimed in, thanking the girl for her earlier actions during the exam, but struggled to explain how she knew about it. 𝗧𝗏 noticed the blonde boy glaring at 𝗧𝗂, wondering what his issue was. The brown-haired girl shifted the conversation, curious about what they would be doing that day besides orientation and what their teachers would be like. "I can't wait to meet everybody," she said excitedly with a smile. Suddenly, a man spoke from behind her, warning that if she was only there to make friends, she could pack up her things. 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗧𝗂 widened their eyes in surprise. The brown-haired girl turned around to see the man from the dark room, lying on the ground in a sleeping bag. He welcomed them to 𝐻𝗧 hero course before unzipping his sleeping bag, pulling out a small pouch and consuming its contents. The students exchanged fearful thoughts about what he was eating. 𝗧𝗏 curiously wondered if it was an applesauce pouch. The black-haired man stood up, fully unzipping his sleeping bag. He noted that it took them 8 seconds to quiet down, emphasizing that time was precious. Rational students would understand that, he added in an annoyed tone. 𝗧𝗏 thought to himself about who this man was. The black-haired man turned to the whole class and introduced himself as 𝗧𝗏, their teacher, which made the students gasp in surprise. 𝗧𝗏 was taken aback by the revelation. 𝗧𝗏 then stated they should get to it, reaching into his sleeping bag to pull out gym uniforms. He ordered everyone to put them on and head outside, leaving the students confused. Once outside and in their gym uniforms, the students expressed their shock at the announcement of a quirk assessment test. The brown-haired girl complained about missing orientation. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 responded that if they wanted to make it to the big leagues, they couldn't waste time on pointless ceremonies. He explained that 𝐒𝐻 wasn't bound by traditions, allowing him to run his class as he saw fit. He held up a phone displaying various tests, pointing out that they had never used their quirks in physical exams, which was irrational. Turning to 𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 asked about his farthest distance throw with a softball in junior high. 𝗧/N recalled that it was 135 meters and thought about how hard it was to hold back his strength. 𝗧𝗪 instructed him to try throwing it with a quirk and tossed him a softball, which 𝗧/N caught. He was told to stand in the circle and to go ahead, as they were wasting time. 𝗧/N nodded and got into position, mentally preparing himself. He focused on his spider strength, bioelectricity, and magnetic repulsion before throwing the ball with all his might. A small shockwave erupted around him as the ball shot high into the sky at incredible speed, causing the other students to gasp in surprise. 𝗧𝗪 informed them that they needed to know their maximum capabilities. When the ball landed, 𝗧𝗪's phone beeped, and he looked at it, momentarily surprised before returning to normal. He explained that it was the most rational way to gauge their potential as pro heroes and turned the phone around to show the students. Their eyes widened in shock at the distance displayed, 2,115. 9 meters. A boy with short yellow hair exclaimed in disbelief at the distance. A girl with light pink skin and hair, along with small horns, expressed her eagerness to try it out. A tall boy with chin-length black hair joined in, excited about using their quirks freely. 𝗧𝗪 observed them and questioned if they thought this was all fun and games. He smirked, warning them that they would compete in 8 physical tests to gauge their potential, and those who came in last would be expelled immediately. The students were taken aback by the threat. 𝗧𝗪 reiterated that he decided how the class ran and challenged them to leave if they had a problem with it. The brown-haired girl protested, arguing that it wasn't fair to send someone home on their first day. 𝗧𝗪 countered by highlighting the unfairness of the world, mentioning natural disasters and villains. He explained that it was a hero's job to combat that unfairness and that they would face significant hardships over the next 3 years at 𝐻𝗎. He urged them to show that they belonged there. 𝗧/N took a deep breath, feeling determined to fight for what he wanted. 𝗧𝗪 declared that they were wasting time talking and that the games should begin. For the first test, the 50-meter dash, 𝗧/N stood at the starting line next to a boy with long, red spiky hair. He turned to the boy and wished him good luck, receiving a smile in return. The measuring device called for the runners to get ready. Ready, the device announced in a female voice. A gunshot rang out, signaling the start. 𝗧/N propelled himself down the track, utilizing the strength in his legs, bioelectricity, and magnetic repulsion. The measuring device recorded his speed at 1.5 seconds. For the next test, 𝗧/N held a device in his right hand to measure his grip strength. He squeezed it with all his might, only to hear it snap, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself that he might have gone too far. Just then, a black-haired boy ran up to him, marveling at the broken device and calling him a beast. 𝗧/N hesitated before thanking him, glancing at the remnants of the device in his hand. In the standing long jump test, 𝗧/N again harnessed his leg strength, bioelectricity, and magnetic repulsion, leaping far beyond the obstacle. The repeated side steps test showcased his agility as he moved like a blur, jumping side to side with ease. During the ball throw test, 𝗧/N watched as a brown-haired girl used her quirk to manipulate gravity, sending the ball soaring into the sky until it disappeared from view. 𝗧𝗪's phone beeped, revealing that she had achieved an infinity measurement, shocking the other students. A yellow-haired boy exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how it was possible. 𝗧/N thought it was a bit terrifying as he looked up at the sky. Now it was 𝗧𝗪𝗧's turn. 𝗕𝗏 expressed concern, suggesting that if she didn't improve soon, she might be going home. A blonde-haired boy dismissed her, calling her a quirkless loser. 𝗕𝗏 reminded him that she had a quirk, referencing her performance in the entrance exam, which caught the blonde boy off guard. 𝗧𝗂 gripped the ball and threw it with all her might, but it only traveled a decent distance before landing, leaving her surprised. The measuring device indicated 46 meters, and 𝗧𝗂 was taken aback, wondering what had gone wrong. 𝗧𝗪 revealed that he had erased her quirk, his pupils glowing red and his hair and scarf floating ominously. He coldly stated that someone like her should never be allowed to enroll at the school. 𝗧𝗂, realizing who he was, recognized him as Eraserhead, the hero known for canceling out powers. The other students murmured in confusion, with a dark green-haired girl explaining that he operated discreetly. 𝗧𝗪 warned 𝗧𝗂 that she wasn't ready and questioned whether she intended to risk her safety again, implying she relied too much on others to save her. 𝗧𝗂 protested, trying to explain herself, but 𝗧𝗪 abruptly wrapped his scarf around her, pulling her close. He told her that regardless of her intentions, she would be a liability in battle, comparing her recklessness to another hero who had become a legend. He ultimately told her that with her current abilities, she couldn't become a hero and released her, leaving her head hanging low. 𝗧𝗪 returned her quirk, urging her to take her final throw. 𝗕𝗏 speculated whether their teacher had given her advice, while the blonde boy cynically suggested she should start packing. 𝗧𝗏, however, believed in 𝗧𝗂, thinking that if she had been chosen from so many others, she could pass this test. 𝗧𝗂 stepped back into the circle, hesitating for a moment before throwing the ball again. This time, it shot into the sky, impressing most of the students. However, the effort resulted in her breaking her right index finger. 𝗧𝗪 checked his phone and noted that she had thrown the ball an incredible 705.3 meters. 𝗧𝗂 called out to 𝗧𝗪, who looked up from his phone. She turned to him, clenching her right fist and forcing a smile, declaring that she was still standing. 𝗧𝗪, visibly impressed, acknowledged her effort. 𝗧𝗏 stared at 𝗧𝗂 in awe, thinking she was amazing. The other students reacted with surprise, with the yellow-haired boy exclaiming about her impressive throw. A brown-haired girl cheered for her, while 𝗧𝗏 encouraged her as well. 𝗕𝗏 noted the injury to her finger, comparing it to her performance in the exam. A boy with long blonde hair and a large belt chimed in, criticizing the aesthetics of her throw. Suddenly, the blonde-haired boy charged at 𝗧𝗂, demanding to know how she achieved such a feat. 𝗧𝗪 swiftly intervened, using his scarf to restrain the boy before he could reach her. The blonde boy struggled against the strong grip of the scarf, bewildered by its strength. 𝗧𝗪 explained that it was a capture weapon made from carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. 𝗧𝗏 was impressed by 𝗧𝗪's abilities. 𝗧𝗪 ordered the blonde boy to stand down, warning him to avoid provoking him further, as it could lead to complications with his quirk. The other students expressed their admiration for 𝗧𝗪's power. Once he released the blonde boy and deactivated his quirk, he told the group that whoever was next could step up. 𝗧𝗂 hesitantly walked around the restrained boy and back to her classmates. A brown-haired girl asked about her finger, expressing concern. 𝗧𝗂 reassured her that she was fine, and 𝗧𝗏 offered to help, asking her to hold out her finger. 𝗧𝗂 looked at him, surprised by the offer. She hesitantly complied. 𝗧𝗏 then raised his left hand and aimed it at her, thin silk strings slowly emerging from the tips of his fingers and gently wrapping around her index finger. 𝗧𝗂 and the brown-haired girl looked on in amazement at her now bandaged finger. 𝗧𝗏 informed her that it should help with the pain and speed up the healing. 𝗧𝗂 expressed his surprise, noting that it actually felt better, and thanked 𝗧𝗏 with a smile. 𝗧𝗏 responded with a smile and a thumbs up. After that, they went through the rest of the tests, which 𝗧𝗏 completed without trouble. Once they finished, they all began to gather near 𝗧𝗪. 𝗧𝗂 fell to the ground, breathing in exhaustion. 𝗧𝗏 walked over and offered his hand, helping her up. He encouraged her, saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as he assisted her in walking to the others. 𝗧𝗪 announced that it was time to give them their results, ranking them from best to worst. He mentioned that they should already have a good idea of their standings and pulled up the whole list on his phone, revealing everyone's scores. 𝗧𝗏 noticed that 𝗧𝗂 was in last place and turned to see her hanging her head and clenching her right fist. 𝗧𝗪 then revealed that he had been lying and that no one was going home, which surprised almost everyone. He explained that it was a tactic to ensure they gave their all in the tests. Momo, a fairly tall girl with black hair tied into a spiky ponytail, expressed her surprise that the others hadn't figured it out sooner and apologized for not saying anything. A few students gave her annoyed looks, and 𝗧𝗏 thought that he had suspected the same thing, but 𝗧𝗪 had seemed serious. Hanta commented on how nerve-wracking it had been, while 𝐼𝐺𝐸 confidently stated that he was always up for a challenge. 𝗧𝗪 concluded that they were done for the day and instructed them to pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it over before the next morning. 𝗧𝗏 looked at Izuku again and saw her sigh in relief. He smiled and walked over to her, joking that she lived to see another day as he patted her on the back. Izuku agreed with a nervous smile. 𝗧𝗪 called out to her, holding up a piece of paper and telling her to take it to the old lady to fix her up. He warned that things would be tougher tomorrow when their actual training began and advised her to be prepared. After school, 𝗧𝗏 was walking outside when he spotted Izuku and 𝗕𝗏 ahead of him and ran to catch up. He greeted them, and Izuku waved back. 𝗧𝗏 noticed that her index finger had a different bandage wrapped around it and asked how it was holding up. Izuku replied that it was feeling better as she raised it in the air. 𝗧𝗏 was pleased to hear that. The three of them began walking together. 𝗕𝗏 expressed some concern about Mr. Aizawa's approach to class but trusted the school's judgment, noting that 𝗬𝗧 was the top program. He commented that lying was immoral. Suddenly, they heard a voice calling out to them. They turned to see the brown-haired girl running toward them, who introduced herself as Achiko Uraraka and asked if she could join them. 𝗕𝗏 recognized her as the Infinity Girl. Achiko identified 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏, then turned to Izuku, asking if her name was Deku. Izuku was surprised by this and clarified that her name was actually Izuku, explaining that Deku was a nickname used by Kaken to make fun of her. 𝗕𝗏 remarked that it was unsportsmanlike, and Achiko apologized, saying she didn't realize that. However, she added that she liked Deku and thought it could make a great hero name, even finding it cute. Izuku suddenly agreed, surprising 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏, who questioned her change of heart. Izuku then covered her face with both hands, exclaiming that her whole world was upside down. Achiko, confused, asked what she meant. They all began walking together to the train station while talking. As they chatted, 𝗧𝗏 smiled happily, thinking to himself that this was nice, his first actual friends. The next day, everyone was in English class with Present Mike as the teacher. He asked which of 4 sentences contained a mistake, and while some students found it boring, 𝗧𝗏 confidently raised his hand, knowing the answer. Present Mike called on him. At lunch, 𝗧𝗏, Izuku, 𝗕𝗏, and Achiko sat together at a table, enjoying their meals. The school chef, Lunch Rush, commented on how white rice was the perfect comfort food, giving a thumbs up. "This is super good." She agreed as she nodded. After having a friendly conversation with him, he left, and the 4 of them continued to eat their lunch before 𝗧𝗏 noticed his classmate with pink skin and hair walking by with her lunch. As she walked by, 𝗧𝗏's spider sense suddenly went off just as the girl slipped on some spilled juice on the floor, causing her to lose her balance and drop her tray with food. Before she could hit the ground, 𝗧𝗏 quickly turned, catching her with his left arm while his right hand secured her tray, managing to save all of her food from falling. The girl, along with Izuku, Achiko, and 𝗕𝗏, looked at him in surprise. The pink-haired girl expressed her admiration for his quick reflexes, thanking him with a smile. 𝗧𝗏 introduced himself, and she introduced herself as Mina Ishido. When Mina asked if she could sit with them, 𝗧𝗏 looked at his friends, who nodded in agreement, and welcomed her with a smile. Achiko and 𝗕𝗏 shifted over to make room, and once they were all seated, the others began to greet her. Later in the afternoon, during hero basic training, 𝗧𝗏's seat was right behind Izuku's. Everyone was waiting for class to begin when they suddenly heard a loud voice from outside the classroom. A man announced his arrival dramatically as he burst through the door, revealing All Might. The class gasped in surprise, with Denki expressing disbelief and 𝗍𝗲 excitedly realizing that All Might was their teacher. Tsuyu pointed out his Silver Age costume, and Masahiro marveled at its retro style. All Might welcomed them to the most important class at 𝐒𝐻𝐈, describing it as 𝐒𝐻𝐈𝗀𝐠 101, where they would learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for good. He pulled out a card labeled Battle, which excited Katsuki, while Izuku nervously questioned the prospect of real combat. All Might emphasized that looking good was also a key aspect of being a hero, gesturing to the wall that began to reveal cases designed based on their quirk registration forms. The class gasped and cheered with excitement as 𝐬/N expressed his amazement. All Might instructed them to get suited up and meet him at Training Ground Beta. At Training Ground Beta, All Might awaited the students, who soon approached him in their hero costumes. He expressed his enthusiasm, telling them they looked cool and that they were now heroes in training. Achiko turned to Izuku, greeting her with a smile and complimenting her costume. Mina then approached them, asking if they had seen 𝐬/N. Just then, 𝐬/N appeared in his hero costume, which was a skin-tight bodysuit and mask primarily red with white accents and a spider symbol on the front. He asked for their opinions on his costume, and the three girls were momentarily speechless. 𝐬/N wondered if he looked ridiculous, but Izuku quickly reassured him that his costume looked amazing. Mina agreed, and Achiko added that the spider symbol looked cool. 𝐬/N smiled at the compliments, revealing that he made the costume himself from the spider silk he creates. His friends were surprised by this revelation, and Mina praised his creativity. Izuku marveled at the idea of being able to create a costume anytime. Achiko, feeling a bit embarrassed about her own skin-tight bodysuit, received a compliment from 𝐬/N, causing her to blush and thank him shyly. All Might then announced that it was time for combat training. Tenya raised his hand, asking if they would be conducting urban battles again in the fake city from their entrance exam. All Might clarified that they would be taking a step ahead, explaining that most villain encounters happen indoors, such as backroom deals and secret lairs. He informed them that they would be split into teams of heroes and villains for 2-on-2 indoor battles. Tsuyu questioned if this was too advanced, but All Might emphasized that the best training comes from real battlefield experiences, reminding them that they couldn't just punch a robot this time. 𝐬/N and his classmates were now facing real challenges. Momo asked if the instructor would be the one deciding the winners. Katsuki inquired about how much they could push the other team. Achiko wondered if they needed to worry about the possibility of expulsion for the losers, while Tenya questioned whether they would be split based on chance or skill. Yuga commented on the stylishness of his cape. All Might, feeling frustrated, interrupted them, stating he wasn't finished speaking. 𝐬/N noticed Toru, a girl whose body was completely invisible, wearing just boots and gloves. He felt a mix of confusion and embarrassment as his enhanced eyesight allowed him to see the outlines of her form. All Might commanded everyone to listen, silencing the group. He revealed a small book, which surprised 𝐬/N and Izuku, who wondered if it was a script. All Might explained the situation. Villains had hidden a nuclear missile in their hideout, and the heroes needed to thwart their plans by either capturing the villains or recovering the weapon. The villains would succeed if they protected their payload or captured the heroes. 𝐬/N thought this sounded like a classic action movie setup. All Might then held up a box labeled Lots, announcing that they would choose teams by drawing lots. Tenya questioned if there was a better way, but Izuku pointed out that professionals often had to team up with heroes from different agencies spontaneously, which made sense in this context. Tenya acknowledged this, understanding that life is a series of random events, and he apologized to All Might for his rudeness. All Might, in a cheerful tone, encouraged them to draw. 𝐬/N smiled at Izuku, complimenting him on his observant nature. After the team assignments were announced, 𝐬/N approached Momo, introducing himself and hoping for a good partnership. Momo responded positively, shaking his hand with a smile. All Might then reached into two boxes labeled Heroes and Villains, declaring that the first two teams to compete would be Team A and Team D. Team A would be the heroes, while Team D would take on the role of the villains. He instructed everyone else to head to the monitoring room to watch the action unfold. 𝐬/N wished Izuku and Achiko good luck, giving them a thumbs up before joining the others in the monitoring room. After explaining the rules to Teams A and D, All Might announced the start of the indoor combat training, urging everyone to pay attention and think strategically. As the teams began their mission, the screen displayed Izuku and Achiko entering the building through a window. They moved cautiously, aware of potential ambushes. Suddenly, Katsuki leaped out from behind a corner, attempting to catch them off guard with his quirk. Izuku quickly reacted, pulling Achiko out of harm's way just in time, causing Katsuki's explosion to blow apart a wall, creating a cloud of smoke. Izuku stood up, revealing that part of Achiko's mask had been damaged. Katsuki, unfazed, swiped through the smoke to clear his view. Rikido commented on how close Katsuki had come to catching them off guard, while Ijiro expressed disapproval of Katsuki's sneak attack. All Might defended Katsuki's strategy, explaining that it was a valid tactic for a villain. Mina cheered as she noted that Izuku had successfully dodged Katsuki's attack. Denki pointed out the action on the screen as 𝑦/N watched intently. Katsuki charged at Izuku, preparing another explosive attack. However, Izuku managed to grab Katsuki's arm, using his momentum to flip him over his shoulder and slam him down, surprising everyone with his strength. 𝑦/N was impressed by Izuku's unexpected display of power. Katsuki, now visibly angry, stood up and faced Izuku, who was trembling slightly in fear. Katsuki began to unleash small explosions from his hands, but 𝑦/N encouraged Izuku silently, believing in his ability to handle the situation. Katsuki appeared to be communicating with someone through a radio in his ear, prompting Ijiro to question what he was saying. All Might explained that the radio allowed Katsuki to coordinate with his partner and that he had provided them with a map of the building and a roll of capture tape, which would signify an opponent's capture. Mina pointed out the hero's disadvantage, noting the time limit and the uncertainty of the nuclear weapon's location. All Might affirmed that real professionals often faced overwhelming odds, emphasizing the importance of strategy and resilience in the face of challenges. Altogether, the instructor told the students. Everyone shouted in unison, eager to hear a plus ultra. Yuga informed All Might that Katsuki was on the move. All Might looked back at the monitor, where they saw Katsuki propel himself toward Izuku, attempting a kick that she blocked with her arm while Uraraka dashed off in another direction. Izuku then tried to wrap capture tape around Katsuki's leg, but he retaliated by trying to blast her again, only for her to leap out of the way. Rikido remarked on how skilled the girl was, while Hanta noted that she was holding her own without even using her quirk yet. Impressed, they watched as Katsuki prepared to launch himself at her again, but she managed to evade him, which only fueled his frustration. Denki commented on Katsuki's anger issues, feeling a bit intimidated. Izuku was now hiding behind a corner, keeping an eye out for Katsuki. Meanwhile, Achiko found herself in the room with Tenya and the weapon, hiding behind a pillar. She looked ready to communicate with Izuku through the radio but instead giggled, alerting Tenya to her presence. Hesitantly, she stepped out from behind the pillar, and Tenya began to monologue. Achiko and Izuku exchanged words through the radio before Izuku stood up, preparing her capture tape for Katsuki, only to realize he was down the hallway behind her. His grenade gauntlets glowed red as he aimed at her, pulling back a part of it to reveal a pin that he inserted his finger into. All Might urgently warned Katsuki not to do it, fearing for Izuku's safety, but his words went unheeded. Katsuki pulled the pin, unleashing a massive explosion from his gauntlet aimed at Izuku, which shook the entire area and caused parts of the building to crumble. Ijiro expressed his concern, while All Might called out to Midoriya through the speakers, worried for her well-being. As the smoke began to clear, they saw her on the ground, her mask damaged and her costume sleeve torn. Katsuki emerged from the smoke, his left gauntlet glowing ominously. Tenya attempted to communicate with Katsuki through the radio, but Achiko seized the moment to dash toward the weapon while Tenya was distracted. Realizing this, Tenya sprinted to intercept her, but Achiko activated her quirk, leaping over him and toward the weapon. Just as she was about to land, Tenya turned around, his calves revealing small exhaust pipes. He dashed toward the weapon, pulling it out of harm's way just in time, causing Achiko to roll across the floor and crash into the wall. Katsuki began addressing Izuku while she was still on the ground, but she focused on communicating with Achiko over the radio, which only fueled his anger. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 voiced his concerns about Katsuki's reckless behavior, fearing for Izuku's safety. All Might responded, holding up a small microphone to speak sternly to Katsuki, warning him that using such a powerful attack indoors would jeopardize the stronghold they were meant to protect, resulting in a significant loss of points. Katsuki yelled in frustration before launching himself toward Izuku. She threw a punch at him with her right arm, but he countered by releasing a small explosion in front of her, creating a cloud of smoke that allowed him to maneuver over her. He then unleashed another explosion that struck her back, causing her to cry out. The students gasped in surprise, with 𝐒𝐬𝐽 questioning the move's effectiveness. A girl in the crowd noted that while Katsuki didn't seem strategic, he was actually quite intelligent. Shoto, a tall girl with striking hair colors and a burn scar, explained that Katsuki had changed his trajectory midair, using the blast as a smokescreen. Momo added that such a feint required precision and control over his quirk. Denki expressed his frustration at Katsuki's talent. Katsuki landed and slammed his right gauntlet against Izuku's arm, causing her further pain. He then seized her arm, propelling himself with small blasts and slamming her into the ground. 𝗧𝗏 clenched his fists in anger at the scene unfolding before him. Mina lamented how hard it was to watch, insisting that Katsuki only needed to wrap tape around her, not harm her. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 remarked on Katsuki's villainous behavior, while Denki noted that Izuku seemed outmatched in combat power. Izuku managed to get back up and began to run away from Katsuki. Mina pointed out her retreat, while 𝐒𝐬𝐽 acknowledged that it wasn't very heroic, but she had no choice given the circumstances. Izuku stopped near a wall with large windows as Katsuki approached her. They exchanged determined looks before charging at one another. Izuku pulled her right arm back, her fist glowing, while Katsuki prepared another explosion. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 exclaimed that they were about to clash in a fierce confrontation. He yelled at All Might in concern. All Might ordered them both to stop as he yelled into the speaker. Izuku suddenly said something, and Achiko ran over to a pillar, holding on tightly. Katsuki unleashed an explosion toward her, and Izuku threw an uppercut into the air with such force that it created a powerful burst of wind, breaking through the higher floors and the roof. Achiko activated her quirk on the now broken pillar and used it to swing against the debris flying toward Tenya. Tenya raised his arms to block the incoming debris while Achiko used her quirk on herself and jumped toward the weapon. When she got close enough, she deactivated her quirk and clung to it. Katsuki looked up at the massive holes above him in anger before turning back to Izuku, his expression shifting to shock as he saw that she had blocked his explosion with her left arm. Everyone in the monitoring room stood in disbelief. 𝗧𝗏 thought to himself in awe, realizing she had done it. All Might announced that the hero team had won, just as Izuku fell to the floor, unconscious. All Might declared that their indoor combat training was over. Achiko slid down the weapon in exhaustion before Tenya checked if she was okay. Everyone in the monitoring room stared in shock. Denki commented on the strange outcome, noting that the losers were practically untouched while the winners were both on the ground. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 referenced an old saying, suggesting that while they may have lost the battle, they won the war. Tsuyu added that this class was intense. Later, Izuku was taken to the nurse with the help of 2 robots while the other 3 returned to the monitoring room. All Might announced that despite the results, the MVP of the match was young Ida, making a few students gasp in surprise. Tenya questioned this, while Tsuyu wondered why it wasn't one of the heroes since they were the winners. All Might acknowledged her question and asked the class for their thoughts. Momo raised her hand, eager to explain. She noted that Ida embraced the challenge and was the only one who truly adapted to his assigned role. She elaborated that Bakugo's judgment was clouded by a personal grudge against Midoriya, and launching a large-scale attack indoors was a foolish move that could have been disastrous. Midoriya's plan was poorly thought out, considering the damage she sustained, rendering herself helpless. Uraraka let her guard down mid-battle, and her final attack was reckless given the stakes. If she had treated the weapon as real, she wouldn't have risked using such an imprecise move. Ida, on the other hand, was fully prepared for his opponent's arrival, had a strategy, and never lost sight of his mission to protect the dummy weapon, even if he was ultimately foiled. Momo concluded that while the hero team won, They took advantage of the training aspect and didn't respect the spirit of the trial. Everyone stared at her in surprise. 𝗧𝗏 thought to himself that while she wasn't wrong, it felt a bit excessive. All Might acknowledged that while Ida could have relaxed a bit, she had nailed the analysis. He gave her a thumbs up and emphasized that one should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning to become a top hero. All Might then announced it was time to move on to the next match, urging the students to reflect on everything they had seen and discussed. The next match began with Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, a very tall boy with pale gray hair and 6 arms, facing off against Toru Hagakure and Masahiro Ojiro, a boy with short blonde hair and a long, thick tail. All Might announced that Team B would be the heroes and Team I would be the villains. Toru began to take off her hero costume, becoming completely invisible. All Might encouraged the teams to show their embodiment of good or evil as the buzzer blared, signaling the start of the match. Mizo entered the building, using his quirk to turn the tips of his tentacles into ears to listen for Toru and Ojiro. Shoto followed him inside, and they discussed their strategy before Mizo exited the building. Shoto approached a wall and touched it with her right hand, causing the entire building to become covered in ice. Ojiro and Toru found their feet frozen to the floor, immobilizing them as Shoto walked toward the room where Ojiro and the weapon were located. Everyone in the monitoring room, except for 𝗧𝗏, shivered from the cold and stared in shock. All Might noted that she had incapacitated them without compromising the weapon or her teammate, urging the students to take close note of her technique. Ojiro expressed his intimidation at her strength. Shoto then walked past Ojiro and touched the weapon with her left hand, winning the match for her team. All Might declared the hero team the winners, just as steam began to rise from Shoto's left hand, quickly melting the ice inside and outside the building. 𝗧𝗏 watched Shoto through the monitor with interest, thinking to himself that ice and heat were a cool combination. Shoto exited the building, and Rikido expressed his surprise, while Denki nervously noted her intimidating presence. Tsuyu commented that she had gotten in on a recommendation, implying her skill. All Might then announced it was time to gather for a review of the second match before moving on to the next battle. The next match featured Hanta and Ijiro against Denki and Kyoka, a girl with short dark purple hair adorned with heartbeat monitor wave shapes and earphone jacks. Following that, Rikido faced Koji, a tall boy with a pointy rock-shaped head, against Mina and Yuga. The final match was 𝗧𝗏 and Momo vs Tsuyu and 𝗵𝗵𝐻. As 𝗧𝗏 and Momo entered the building and approached the weapon, 𝗧𝗏 immediately webbed up the door to hold it in place. They walked up to the weapon, and Momo created a metal staff with her quirk, catching 𝗧𝗏's attention. He asked her how her quirk worked, and Momo explained that her quirk allowed her to transform her lipids into brand new atoms to create inorganic materials. That meant the more she ate, the more she could create. She answered as she placed one end of the staff on the floor and held it in her left hand. 𝗧𝗏 widened his eyes in surprise and held his hands to his head. He thought it was the coolest thing he had ever heard, which made Momo smile. She remarked that having the proportionate abilities of a spider also sounded like an impressive quirk. 𝗧𝗏 expressed his love for science, mentioning how being able to create materials would be quite helpful, which caught her interest. Momo asked him about his interest in science and which field he specialized in. 𝗧𝗏 began to think, finding it hard to pinpoint just one area. Momo looked at him curiously and inquired why it was difficult. He shrugged and explained that he had always understood various fields of science since he was a child. He chuckled as he recalled how his dad used to take him to see sci-fi movies, which sparked his obsession with science. Spaceships, robots, lasers, it all seemed so fun to him, prompting a chuckle from Momo. She asked if they still continued that tradition, to which 𝗧𝗏 hesitated, admitting that his dad no longer had the time for such activities. Momo frowned, expressing sympathy for his situation, and 𝗧𝗏 smiled under his mask, assuring her it was all right. He then changed the subject, asking if she had seen Hagakure's hero outfit. Momo confirmed she had, and 𝗧𝗏 questioned its usefulness, pondering the limitations of Hagakure's quirk. This led him to suggest the idea of a fabric that could warp sound and light waves. Momo placed her hand on her chin, thinking about the implications of such a material. She realized the potential for creating an incredible suit and looked at 𝗧𝗏 in surprise. He expressed confidence in his ability to figure something out, though Momo cautioned him about the enormity of the task for a teenager. 𝗧/N smiled, stating that he welcomed a challenge, and she returned his smile. Suddenly, All Might's voice echoed through the speakers, announcing the start of Match 5. 𝗧/N glanced back at the door he had covered with webs, confident it would hold for a while. He then pointed to a nearby window, suggesting an alternative approach. Momo agreed but urged him to be careful, prompting a smile from 𝗧/N as he cheered and quickly made his way to the window, crawling down the outer walls of the building. He reached the entrance and, while upside down, peered down the hall, noticing neither of the opponents were present. He let go of the wall, landing silently on the ground, and used his bioelectromagnetism to see in ultraviolet light. Observing the traces left by Tsuyu and 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐻, he concluded they had entered through that way. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the wall, feeling the vibrations they were making. Realizing they were already heading to the second floor, he smiled and camouflaged himself. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐻 and Tsuyu advanced down a hallway, with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐻 using his quirk to create two giant dark arms extending from his back while Tsuyu crawled along the walls. As they moved forward, they heard a noise behind them and stopped to investigate. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 instructed Tsuyu to wait while he approached the window, noticing a web covering it from the inside. He warned Tsuyu to be careful, but before he could finish, he found himself stuck in place as the floor beneath him collapsed. Tsuyu called out in concern as 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 was suddenly thrown against a wall, webbed to it. Just then, 𝗧/N appeared after deactivating his camouflage, placing a hand on 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻's shoulder and apologizing. He quickly turned to catch Tsuyu's tongue, which she had shot out at him, and apologized again before using his bioelectricity to incapacitate both of them. The monitoring room was filled with shock at how easily he had defeated them. All Might announced the villain team had won, which caused 𝗧/N to frown slightly at the sound of it. He extended his claws, cutting 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 free from the webs and gently placing him on the ground. He then climbed through the hole he had created, grabbed Tsuyu, and placed her next to 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻. He thought about getting Yaoyorozu next and made his way out of the building. Turning back, he jumped high into the air and through the same window, finding Momo still standing next to the weapon. He apologized for leaving her alone, and she deduced from the time it took him to defeat their opponents that he must have had a plan. He confirmed this with a smile and held up his right hand for a victory high five, which Momo happily returned. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 and Tsuyu began to regain consciousness, groaning as they sat up. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 looked around before turning to Tsuyu, asking if they had lost. She replied that it seemed so, and they both sighed in defeat. 𝗧/N's voice reached them as he approached with Momo beside him, expressing his apologies for overdoing it. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 asked what he had hit them with, and 𝗧/N raised his left hand, generating bioelectricity, which surprised and intrigued them. He explained that it was bioelectricity. 𝗧/N had the ability to generate and manipulate bioelectromagnetic energy, which he referred to as his venom blast. Momo commented that no spider was capable of using bioelectromagnetism in such a way as she looked at him. 𝗧/N explained that he was also confused when he first discovered it, noting that some of his abilities were more evolved than those of others. He joked that he wasn't part electric eel, which made his classmates chuckle. As they made their way out of the building, 𝗧/N turned to Tsuyu and expressed his hope that they would be on the same team next time. Tsuyu looked at him curiously and asked why. 𝗧/N shrugged and explained that it would be cool since the dotted humming frog and the burrowing tarantula were known to work together, emphasizing the bond among animal-based quirk users. Tsuyu smiled at his comment. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻 then asked 𝗧/N how he was able to keep him in place and make the floor beneath him collapse. 𝗧/N explained that his quirk granted him microscopic scopuli hairs all over his body, allowing him to stick to surfaces through electrostatic attraction. He could also manipulate his own biomagnetism to cling to surfaces, keeping anything in contact stuck in place or repelling it. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗻's eyes widened in surprise as he realized 𝗧/N could have launched him towards the ceiling. 𝗧/𝗵 confirmed this and added that his quirk provided him with many superhuman abilities, including strength, which allowed him to pull down whatever he was clinging to. The group stared at him in astonishment, and Momo remarked on his incredible knowledge and control over his quirk. 𝗧/𝗵 noted that both were essential for becoming a good hero. Tsuyu asked how many superhuman abilities he had, to which 𝗧/𝗵 nervously chuckled, mentioning it was a long list. Afterward, they stood outside with All Might, who praised their efforts and noted that there were no major injuries, except for Midoriya. He encouraged them to be proud of their first day of training. Tsuyu expressed her appreciation for the encouraging words, especially after Mr. Aizawa's class. All Might happily declared that he was glad to bring positivity to his alma mater before rushing off with impressive speed, leaving the students in awe. Denki admired All Might, while Mashirao expressed jealousy over his speed. 𝗧/𝗵 commented that such an attitude wouldn't help. Later, they reviewed their training results in homeroom. Achiko and Denki left to get books, and soon after, Katsuki gathered his belongings and exited the classroom. 𝗧/𝗵 was at his desk when he heard footsteps approaching. The door opened to reveal Izuku, still in her hero costume, with bandages around her arms and a sling on her right arm. Ijiro smiled at her and greeted her warmly, while other students complimented her on her mash. 𝗵𝗵𝐺, sitting at his desk, found the noise overwhelming. Tenya suddenly approached him, insisting he stop using the desk as a chair. Kyoka advised Tenya to chill, which left him momentarily speechless. Mashirao noted that Tenya was carrying a lot of tension, prompting Tenya to stand tall and declare that he could not condone disrespect towards the desks, which had once been used by great men and women. 𝗵𝗵𝐺 commented again on the noise. Achiko and Denki returned with the books, and Denki asked Achiko if she wanted to grab a bite to eat sometime. Achiko expressed her love for anything sweet before noticing Izuku and greeting her. She rushed off, leaving Denki to sigh. Achiko then asked Izuku why she hadn't healed her injuries. Izuku explained that it had to do with her stamina. When Izuku noticed Katsuki's desk was empty, she asked Achiko where he was. Achiko informed her that they had tried to stop him from leaving, but he wouldn't listen. Izuku quickly ran out of the classroom to chase after him, prompting 𝗧/𝗵 to get up and follow her, camouflaging himself as he left. Izuku reached the building's exit, stopping to catch her breath. She spotted Katsuki walking towards the campus exit and called out to him, urging him to wait. Katsuki turned, glaring at her, which made Izuku halt in fear. 𝗧/𝗵, camouflaged atop a pole, observed the scene. Izuku explained that she needed to tell Katsuki something important, revealing that her quirk had been given to her by someone else recently. 𝗧/𝗵 was intrigued and confused by this revelation. Izuku insisted that she couldn't disclose who had given it to her, acknowledging that it sounded crazy, like something out of a comic book. She admitted that she didn't yet have control over her power but was trying to make it her own. She explained that this was why she hadn't wanted to use it against him during the exercise, but it had been her only chance to win. Katsuki's anger visibly intensified as she continued, stating that she had a lot to learn and was determined to gain full control over her borrowed quirk. And 𝗧/𝗵 was determined to prove herself with her own strength. There was a moment of silence between the two before Katsuki spoke. He turned fully to face her, expressing his frustration. He questioned how foolish she thought he was, dismissing the idea of borrowed power. He felt humiliated from their training exercise and was angry that he had lost to her. Watching the Ice Girl and the Spider Guy during the exam made him realize he couldn't defeat them in a direct confrontation. His frustration boiled over as he placed his hand on his head, lamenting his earlier agreement with the girl about the foolishness of his attack. He yelled repeatedly in frustration before turning his attention back to Izuku, telling her to enjoy her victory. 𝗧/𝗵 noticed tears in his eyes as he declared that he wouldn't let her win again and was determined to become the #1 hero, no matter what. With that, he walked away, wiping his tears. 𝗧/𝗵 watched as Katsuki left the school, feeling a mix of shock and sympathy, realizing he wasn't accustomed to losing. All Might then appeared, rushing past Izuku to catch up with Katsuki. He placed his hands on Katsuki's shoulders, out of breath but eager to offer guidance. He acknowledged Katsuki's pride and potential but reminded him that there was still much to learn. Katsuki, filled with anger, demanded All Might let go and insisted he would surpass him without any help. All Might complied, stepping back as Katsuki continued on his way. After Katsuki's departure, All Might turned to Izuku, curious about their conversation. Izuku, startled, downplayed the exchange, but All Might leaned in closer, eager for details. Izuku nervously claimed she had forgotten what they discussed. Meanwhile, 𝗧/N quietly slipped away, reflecting on the interesting encounter. Later, 𝗧/N returned to his classroom to gather his belongings. Ijiro greeted him and inquired about the situation between Midoriya and Bakugo. 𝗧/N recalled Izuku's mention of her borrowed quirk and fabricated a response, saying they simply discussed their match. Ijiro found this boring, and 𝗧/N shrugged, unsure of what else to say. As he reached for his backpack, he experienced a sudden vision of Kyoka being cornered in an alleyway by 4 men. Ijiro's voice snapped him back to reality, and 𝗧/N assured him he was fine before rushing out of the classroom. As the sun began to set, Kyoka walked home alone, absorbed in her phone and music. She turned a corner, unaware of the men trailing her. One of them noticed her and pointed her out to the others, who grinned maliciously. As she sensed their presence and quickened her pace, they began to chase her. In a panic, she ran into an alley, but 2 of the men blocked her escape. Backed against the wall, she faced them as they closed in, one threatening her with a menacing tone. Kyoka fought back, elbowing one man and kicking another, using her earphone jacks to defend herself. However, one of the men regained control, grabbing her and pinning her against the wall while brandishing a switchblade. The others restrained her, and she felt tears welling up, desperate for help. Just then, web lines shot out, pulling the men away from her. She fell to the ground, watching in astonishment as they were incapacitated by a surge of electricity. As the scene settled, 𝗧/N, who had been using his camouflage, appeared before her. He rushed to Kyoka's side, concern evident in his voice as he asked if she was okay. She hesitantly confirmed her safety and, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged him tightly, expressing her gratitude for his timely intervention. "Thank you so much," she said as she continued to cry. 𝗧/N gently returned the hug in an attempt to calm her down, reassuring her that she was safe now. She soon calmed down, let go of him, and backed away to wipe her tears. She asked how he knew she was there. 𝗧/N rubbed the back of his neck, knowing it would be somewhat difficult to explain. He mentioned that one of the powers his quirk gave him was something he called his spider sense, which allowed him to detect danger before it happened. Sometimes, he experienced visions that showed him things involving danger, and earlier, it had shown him her situation. Kyoka looked at him with slight surprise for a moment and thanked him for being concerned, even though they didn't really know each other. 𝗧/N suggested they change that, holding out his right hand for a handshake and smiling as he introduced himself. Kyoka smiled and shook his hand, introducing herself in return. They both smiled before hearing one of the thugs weakly groan in pain, prompting Kyoka to ask what they should do about him. After calling the police and explaining what had happened, the men were arrested. 𝗧/N and Kyoka were not in trouble for using their quirks in self-defense and were allowed to leave. Now in a different location, they talked to each other. 𝗧/N asked if she would like him to walk with her the rest of the way home or if she thought she could manage on her own. She expressed that she would enjoy the company, and he agreed, telling her to lead the way. As they walked together, 𝗧/N noticed the headphones around her neck and asked what kind of music she liked. She replied that she really liked rock, which made him smile. He shared that he was open to any kind of music as long as it sounded good, but he particularly liked upbeat music, the kind that gets you pumped up. This made Kyoka laugh and turn to him with a smile. They continued walking and talking, with 𝗧/N mentioning that he made pretty awesome pancakes, which caused Kyoka to chuckle. She called him a dork, to which he admitted it was part of his charm. After a few more steps, Kyoka came to a stop, indicating it was her stop. 𝗧/N stood beside her, and she thanked him again for saving her, saying she owed him. He insisted that she didn't owe him anything and was just glad to help. As he looked at the afternoon sun, he realized he should head home before his aunt started to worry. He waved goodbye as he walked away, and she watched him leave. When 𝗧𝗏 arrived home, he opened the front door and closed it behind him. Suddenly, his aunt ran up to him, expressing her concern about where he had been. He tried to explain that he was helping a classmate walk home, but she interrupted him, excitedly asking if she was his friend. 𝗧𝗏 felt a wave of concern as she pressed for more details, asking if she was his girlfriend and even if he was going to marry her. He begged her to stop, feeling embarrassed. The next day, 𝗧𝗏 was in his school uniform, about to walk through the school gate when he heard multiple footsteps quickly approaching from behind. He turned around to see a crowd of news reporters running toward him with microphones and cameras. One female reporter shouted out to him, and his eyes widened in fear as he camouflaged himself. The reporters looked around, confused about where he had gone, while 𝗧𝗏 began running away into the school, thinking anxiously that he needed to escape. Meanwhile, the reporters approached Izuku as she was about to enter the school. They asked her about her experience working closely with All Might, but she nervously claimed she had to go to the nurse's office. Next, they questioned Achiko about All Might, who described him as super muscular while flexing her arms. They then moved on to Ida, who spoke at length about All Might's leadership and wisdom, but the reporters quickly grew bored. As they tried to talk to Katsuki, he stopped and grit his teeth in anger, demanding they walk away. Finally, they approached Shota, asking him to get All Might for them. Shota informed them that All Might was not on campus and told them to leave, shooing them off with his hand. The reporters continued to press for information, but he ignored them and walked away, feeling annoyed by the media circus surrounding All Might. If they wouldn't bring All Might out, she would get him herself. Determined, she walked towards the gate. The male cameraman called out to her, urging her to wait, but it was too late. Just before the female reporter could enter, an alarm blared, and metal walls suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the entrance. She gasped in fright, falling to her knees as she stared at the barrier in shock. The male cameraman informed her about the school's defenses, explaining that the gate was part of 𝐒𝐻's security measures. She expressed her frustration, feeling as though the defenses were excessive. He continued to explain that such security was designed to keep out anyone without a student ID or special pass, and it seemed to be working effectively. The female reporter let out an annoyed grunt in response, while the cameraman noted that security sensors were placed all over the campus. Meanwhile, in class, Shota stood at the front, addressing the students. He praised their efforts in the previous day's combat training, having reviewed the video feeds and results. He turned to Katsuki, acknowledging his talent but advising him not to sulk over his loss. Katsuki dismissed the comment, looking away. Shota then addressed Izuku, who flinched at the mention of his name. Shota pointed out that Izuku's victory had come at a cost, urging him to work harder and stop using the excuse of lacking control over his quirk. Izuku looked up and smiled, motivated by Shota's words. Shota encouraged him to show more urgency, and Izuku eagerly agreed. Shota then shifted the focus to the class, announcing that their first task would determine their future. The students, filled with worry, wondered if it would be another quirk test. Shota revealed that they needed to elect a class representative. The students felt relieved, realizing it was just a normal school activity. Ijiro enthusiastically volunteered, followed by Denki, Kyoka, and Mina, each expressing their longing to take on the role. Amid the excitement, 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku shyly raised their hands. Ida called for silence, explaining that the class representative's duty was to lead and required the trust of every student. He proposed a democratic election to choose their leader, raising his hand high to emphasize his point. Some students questioned the effectiveness of the idea, expressing concerns about trust and the likelihood of everyone voting for themselves. Ida acknowledged that while many might vote for themselves, those who received multiple votes would likely be the most suitable candidates. He turned to Shota for confirmation, who, uninterested, simply told them to decide before his nap was over. Ida thanked him for his trust. After the election, the results were displayed on the board. 𝗧𝗏's name appeared with 7 votes, while Momo received 2. 𝗧/𝗵 was surprised by the outcome. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏 sat at his desk, visibly frustrated with his 0 votes, grappling with the disappointment of his decision. Momo and Rikido questioned him about his choice to vote for someone else, suggesting he should have voted for himself. 𝗧/𝗵 stood in front of the class, feeling nervous, while Momo calmly stood beside him. Shota announced 𝗧/𝗵 as the class representative and Momo as the deputy. 𝗧/𝗵 expressed his gratitude, albeit nervously. Momo smiled at him encouragingly. Tsuyu commented that it might not be so bad, while Ijiro expressed his support for 𝗧/𝗵's leadership qualities. Denki praised Momo for her performance during training. Later, everyone gathered in the cafeteria for lunch. 𝗧/𝗵, Izuku, Achiko, 𝗕𝗏, Mina, Kyoka, Momo, and Tsuyu sat together at a table. Achiko complained about the crowded space, and 𝗕𝗏 explained that students from various courses shared the cafeteria. As Achiko enjoyed her meal, 𝗧/𝗵 expressed his worries about being class rep, doubting his qualifications. Achiko and 𝗕𝗏 reassured him, with 𝗕𝗏 highlighting 𝗧/𝗵's quick thinking and intelligence as reasons for his support. 𝗧/𝗵 was surprised to learn that 𝗕𝗏 had voted for him. Momo joined in, agreeing with 𝗕𝗏, and 𝗧/𝗵 asked how many others had voted for him. To his surprise, everyone raised their hands in support. He smiled, feeling grateful for their confidence in him. Mina playfully asked what he had envisioned for himself, and 𝗧/𝗵 joked about being the smart, goofy type, which made everyone laugh. Izuku assured him he wasn't annoying, and 𝗧/𝗵 thanked her with a smile. Kyoka then asked who he had voted for, and 𝗧/𝗵 replied that he had voted for Momo, making her smile in appreciation. Achiko turned to 𝗕𝗏, reminding him of his earlier longing to be the representative. Due to the glasses, she commented. 𝗧/𝗵 looked at her with slight surprise and confusion, thinking to himself that it wasn't exactly how they should be choosing their representative. 𝗕𝗏 took a sip of his orange juice before responding, explaining that wanting a job and being suited for it were quite different things. Observing the Ida family's hero agency had taught him that much. Curiosity sparked among 𝗧/𝗵, Izuku, and Achiko as they questioned what an agency was. Izuku asked 𝗕𝗏 about his family's profession, to which 𝗕𝗏 hesitated and replied that it was nothing significant. Achiko, with a smile and clenched fists, playfully accused 𝗕𝗏 of being filthy rich. 𝗕𝗏 looked surprised and admitted that he was concerned people would treat him differently if they knew about his family. He sighed and explained that the Ida family had been pro-heroes for generations. It ran in their blood. Izuku and Achiko expressed their awe, exclaiming how awesome that was. 𝗧/𝗵 quietly chuckled to himself, making a light-hearted joke in his thoughts. 𝗕𝗏 then asked if they were familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium. Izuku enthusiastically shared her knowledge about him, only to realize with wide eyes that 𝗕𝗏 was his younger brother. 𝗕𝗏 revealed this with pride, and Achiko and Izuku were amazed, expressing their disbelief and excitement. 𝗕𝗏 spoke about Ingenium being an unmatched commander who honored the hero code. As the second oldest Ida son, he aspired to be like him but felt it might be too soon for a real leadership role. He turned to 𝗧/𝗵 and expressed his belief that 𝗧/𝗵 was the best person to lead their class, finishing with a smile that surprised everyone. Achiko noted that it was the first time she had seen 𝗕𝗏 smile and encouraged him to do it more. 𝗕𝗏 insisted that he smiled all the time. Suddenly, 𝗧/𝗵's pupils shrank as his spider sense went off. He wondered what was happening when a bell began ringing continuously. Everyone in the cafeteria looked up in alarm. The female announcer warned of a level 3 security breach, causing disbelief among the students. She ordered everyone to evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. 𝗧/𝗵 quickly turned to a nearby student to inquire about the breach, learning that someone had managed to get past the school's barriers. Panic ensued as students rushed toward the exit, causing a chaotic crowd that led to pushing and shoving. 𝗧/𝗵 and his friends found themselves caught in the mob, struggling to make their way through. Achiko exclaimed about the chaos, while 𝗕𝗏 noted that everyone was quick to react, as expected from you. Students. Izuku pointed out the panic that was causing issues. As they fought through the crowd, Izuku was suddenly pushed, causing her to lose her balance. Concerned, Achiko called out to her, and Tenya wished her luck. Y/N, worried for Izuku, pushed through the crowd and jumped to stick to one of the windows. He looked outside and widened his eyes in surprise, realizing that the trespassers were the reporters from earlier that day. Bewildered, he exclaimed that it was just the press. Outside, the female reporter demanded to speak to All Might, while Shota and Present Mic stood in front of the entrance, blocking the way. Present Mic reminded the reporters that it was All Might's day off, while a male cameraman bargained for a comment on record. Shota refused, knowing how the reporters operated. Present Mic leaned in to suggest that they treat the reporters like villains, but Shota warned him against it, advising to wait for the police. Back inside, Y/N wondered why his spider sense had gone off if it was just the reporters. He realized he needed to calm everyone down before someone got hurt. He turned to the crowd, trying to shout over their panic, but his voice was drowned out. Students continued to yell and push, and Y/N felt a sense of urgency. He noticed Ijiro and Denki trying to calm their peers, but their efforts were futile as they were pushed back. Y/N thought about how none of them seemed to see what was happening outside when he suddenly heard a familiar voice screaming for help. He quickly looked to find Toru, who was being tossed around in the crowd, her invisibility making her plight unnoticed by the panicking students. Y/N quickly jumped off the window and shot a web line at the ceiling with his right hand before shooting another line at Toru's back with his left hand, pulling her up towards him and wrapping his arm around her waist. Toru looked up at him in surprise and expressed her gratitude as she wrapped her arms around him. She then glanced behind herself to see the crowd still in chaos. Toru wondered when it would all end just as Y/N suddenly had an idea. He let go of the web line and shot another one further ahead, making them swing, which caused Toru to let out a startled scream. They came to a stop above a table, and Y/N generated more web lines, allowing him to lower them safely onto it. He assured her that she would be safe there before jumping off the table and sticking to the wall, his back facing it. Turning to his right, he spotted the exit everyone was trying to reach. He jumped off the wall and shot 2 web lines from his wrists at the exit wall, pulling himself forward and sticking to it. Facing the panicking students, he took a deep breath and used his sonic scream to call for calm. His voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, and everyone immediately stopped to look up at him. He reassured them that it was just the media outside and that everything was fine. They were students, and they needed to stay calm and prove they were the best of the best. The students sighed in relief, and his classmates smiled at him. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens was heard from outside, prompting a random female student to announce the arrival of the police, which brought relief to the others. After some time, everyone was back in class, and Y/N was sitting at his desk when Mina approached him and patted him on the back, making him look at her. She playfully told him that he had sold himself short. Y/N replied that the situation had been uncomfortable for him. Kyoka smiled and asked if he didn't like crowds, to which Y/N clarified that he was fine with crowds but didn't like being the center of attention. Hanta chimed in, reminding him how he had handled the crowd on the first day. Y/N explained that he wanted to make a good first impression and tried his best to stay calm. Ijiro praised him for stepping up and taking charge, while Denki excitedly recalled how Y/N had flown above everyone. Toru expressed her gratitude, saying he was the only one who noticed her trouble in the crowd, and if she could take her vote back, she would give it to him. Y/N smiled shyly, and in his embarrassment, he camouflaged himself, making a few of the others laugh. Meanwhile, 4 faculty members stood outside, staring at the damaged school barrier. Among them were Recovery Girl, Midnight, and another pro-hero in an astronaut-like suit. The principal, Nizu, a small, white animal wearing clothes and standing on 2 legs, expressed concern over how ordinary members of the press had bypassed their security systems. He speculated that someone must have been behind it, questioning whether it was a show of power or a declaration of war. The next day, everyone was in class with Shota at the front. He informed them that today's training would be different, with 3 instructors, himself, All Might, and another faculty member. The students gasped in surprise. 𝗧/𝗵 thought to himself that this must be due to the previous day's events. Hanta raised his hand and asked what kind of training it would be. 𝗧𝗪 revealed a card that said, rescue, explaining they would be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and similar scenarios, which excited everyone. Denki commented that it sounded like they were in for a big workout, and Mina agreed. Ijiro expressed his eagerness to show what he could do, while Tsuyu looked forward to demonstrating her skills in water. 𝗧𝗪 reminded them that what they wore for the exercise was up to them, but they should keep in mind that they hadn't fully adjusted to their costumes yet. He pressed a button on a remote, releasing the students' costumes from the wall, and informed them that the special training would take place at an off-campus facility, so they would be taking a bus there. He instructed them to start getting ready before walking off. Everyone got up from their seats and began to grab their costumes. Outside, everyone waited in their costumes. 𝗧/𝗵 noticed Izuku wasn't wearing her hero costume but instead had on her gym uniform with similar equipment. Achiko approached her, asking why she was in her PE clothes. Izuku explained that her costume had been damaged during combat training, and she was still waiting for the support company to fix it. 𝗧/𝗵 joined them, offering that if she ever needed a spare in the future, she could come to him. 𝗧/𝗵 informed Izuku that he could create clothes from his webs that were both comfortable and durable. Izuku thanked him with a smile, and 𝗧/𝗵 playfully mentioned that he could also make a nice sweater for the winter, which made them chuckle. Their bus then arrived, and 𝗧/𝗵 suggested they should get going before walking toward it. After everyone boarded and settled in, the bus began its journey to the off-campus facility. Inside, the front half had 8 seats facing inward, while the back half had 12 seats arranged in rows facing the front. 𝗧/𝗵 sat near the back on the left side, leaning against the window and watching the trees pass by. He pondered the idea of a fabric that could warp sound and light waves when he felt a light tap on his right shoulder. Turning, he saw Kyoka, who had tapped him with her left earphone jack. She noted that he looked bored, and 𝗧/𝗵 sarcastically complimented her observation skills, causing Kyoka to chuckle and playfully punch his arm. Suddenly, Tsuyu, sitting next to Izuku, spoke up, wanting to discuss something about him. Izuku, feeling nervous, asked what it was. Tsuyu reminded her to call her Su, and then pointed out that Izuku's power resembled All Might's. Izuku was surprised and nervously agreed, realizing the similarity. Ijiro chimed in, pointing out that All Might didn't hurt himself, which made a significant difference. Izuku sighed, and Ijiro continued, expressing that having a simple augmenting type quirk was cool and allowed for flashy moves. He demonstrated his hardening ability, which he believed was strong but not visually impressive. Izuku admired Ijiro's quirk, telling him he was definitely pro-material. Yuga commented on his naval laser, claiming it had the perfect combination of flare and strength, while Mina added that it was lame if it caused stomach aches. Ijiro praised their classmates with pro-quirks, mentioning Todoroki, Bakugo, and 𝗧/𝗵. Shoto remained quiet. Katsuki glanced at Ijiro before returning to the window, and 𝗧/𝗵 gave a thumbs up. Tsuyu added that Bakugo's anger would hinder his popularity, which prompted Katsuki to glare at her and threaten her. Denki teased Katsuki, and 𝗧/𝗵 stifled a laugh as Katsuki turned to him with a fierce expression. Tenya intervened, insisting that classmates should encourage one another, but Katsuki retorted that he would encourage Denki to explode. Denki asked for clarification on Katsuki's phrasing, while Momo expressed her disgust at the conversation, and Achiko found it entertaining. Tenya ordered both to apologize, but they refused to go first. Shota, standing at the front of the bus, called for order, reminding them they had arrived. The students responded, and Katsuki grumbled in agreement. Once the bus stopped, everyone disembarked to meet a hero in an astronaut-like suit. She greeted them, causing several students to gasp in surprise. Izuku recognized her as 13, a renowned hero known for rescuing people from disasters. Achiko excitedly declared her admiration for 13, who expressed eagerness to show them the training facility. The students cheered in unison, and as they entered, they gasped in amazement at the facility's design. Ijiro exclaimed that it looked like an amusement park, and 13 explained that the facility was designed to prepare them for various disasters, naming it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or 𝗕𝗏𝗁. 𝗧𝗪 approached �13, inquiring about 𝗓𝐼ghts' absence. �13 revealed that 𝗓𝐼ght had exhausted his power during hero work that morning and was resting in the teacher's lounge. 𝗧𝗪 expressed his annoyance at 𝗓𝐼ghts' irresponsibility and suggested they get started. 13 began to address the students, emphasizing the importance of understanding their quirks. She informed them of her powerful quirk, Black Hole, which could SCK up anything and turn it to dust. Izuku recalled how 13 had used her quirk to save people before, but she warned that it could also be dangerous. She reminded them that all quirks were certified and regulated, and losing focus could lead to unintended consequences, even in virtuous situations. 𝗧𝗏 reflected on a moment when he had aimed his stinger at a dangerous individual, recognizing the potential for harm. 13 concluded by reminding them of the importance of being aware of their quirk's potential. And because of 𝗓𝐼ghts' combat training, the students likely experienced how dangerous their powers could be when used against others. They were reminded to carry those lessons into this class. Today, they would learn how to use their quirks to save lives, focusing solely on helping rather than attacking. After all, being a hero was about ensuring the safety of others. 13 concluded her speech with a bow, and the students began to cheer. 𝗧𝗪 then took over, stating that now that the introduction was over, they could proceed. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗏 grunted in pain, placed his hands on his head, and fell to his knees. Concern spread among the students as Izuku rushed to kneel beside him, asking what was wrong. 𝗧𝗏 felt his spider sense going haywire and warned that something was amiss just as the lights in the facility shut off, and dark purple fog began to fill the area. 𝗧𝗪 quickly turned to see the fog growing larger, and a figure with a severed hand on his face emerged from it. He immediately ordered his students to stay together and instructed 13 to protect them. Ijiro peered down the stairs, questioning what the fog was, but his concern deepened as dozens of figures began to walk out of it. He wondered if the training had already started, thinking they were meant to be rescuing people. 𝗧𝗪 snapped at Ijiro to stay back and put on his goggles, revealing the grim reality that they were facing villains. A tall, muscular monster with dark skin and multiple large scars stepped out of the fog, and 𝗧𝗏 slowly stood up, still holding his head, stunned by the sight of the villains approaching. The fog spoke, revealing itself as a villain, who noted that the only real heroes present were 13 and Eraserhead. He expressed disappointment that 𝗓𝐼ght was not there, suggesting that perhaps if he harmed a few students, the hero would show up. Ijiro was in disbelief, questioning how so many villains could infiltrate such a secure facility. Momo echoed his concern, asking why the alarms weren't sounding. 13 admitted uncertainty, prompting Shoto to analyze the situation. He speculated that if the alarms weren't triggered, one of the villains must have a quirk that masked their presence. He noted that they had chosen this isolated facility strategically during a class, indicating they had a concrete objective. Shoto ordered 13 to evacuate the students and alert the main campus, preparing himself for a confrontation. He realized that if the villains could block their sensors, they might also be jamming communications. He instructed Kaminari to try contacting the school. Denki complied, attempting to use an earpiece. Izuku stepped forward, expressing concern for Shoto's safety, arguing that he couldn't fight them alone due to their numbers and that his quirk was better suited for stealth and one-on-one encounters. Shoto replied that a true pro must be versatile and entrusted 13 with the students' safety before leaping into action. As he descended the stairs, a villain ordered his team to take aim at Shoto. Confusion arose among the villains as they questioned who Shoto was, but he charged at them with determination. Before they could fire, Shoto used his quirk, nullifying their abilities. The villains were caught off guard as he swiftly wrapped them in his scarf, incapacitating them. One villain shouted that they were facing Eraserhead, a pro-hero capable of canceling quirks just by looking at them. Another villain with rock-like skin and 4 arms challenged Shoto, but he deftly dodged the attacks and countered with a powerful strike. Shoto continued to outmaneuver the villains, wrapping his scarf around the 4-armed villain's leg and launching him toward the others on the ground. He then turned to face the remaining villains, asking who would be next. The hand villain noted 𝗧𝗪's strength and the challenge of coordinating their efforts against him, while a female villain attempted to use her quirk, only to be thwarted by 𝗧𝗪 once again. He swiftly countered her attack, demonstrating his prowess in the face of overwhelming odds. The worst thing about dealing with professionals was when they truly lived up to their reputation. 𝗧𝗪 scratched his neck as he wrapped his scarf around a male leech villain, causing the villain to yelp in fright before being pulled in. From atop the stairs, �13 began leading the students out of the facility while Izuku stayed back, observing 𝗧𝗪's battle against the villains. He thought to himself that 𝗧𝗪 was holding them off and realized he shouldn't have underestimated him. Suddenly, a web line shot toward Izuku's back, pulling him away and making him yelp in surprise. He found himself caught in the arms of 𝗧𝗪, who quickly set him down on his feet. 𝗧𝗪 urged Izuku to move, and they began to run with the others. A circle of purple fog appeared on the floor ahead, and the fog villain emerged, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. The villain ominously declared that there was no escape for them. 𝗧𝗪 glanced back at the group, realizing that the most troublesome villain had slipped away while he was distracted. He kicked a nearby villain in the face, trying to reach his students, but was blocked by multiple foes. The fog villain introduced himself and his comrades from the League of Villains, taunting them about All Might's absence and suggesting that this was the perfect place for the symbol of peace to meet his end. Before �13 could react, Katsuki and Ijiro leaped forward to confront the fog villain. Ijiro threw a punch while Katsuki unleashed an explosion, creating a cloud of smoke. They smirked, ready for a fight. Ijiro questioned the villain's expectations of them standing idly by, but the smoke cleared to reveal that their attack had no effect. The fog villain complimented their school's reputation but warned them to be more cautious, or someone might get hurt. �13 ordered Katsuki and Ijiro to get out of the way. The fog villain threatened to scatter them across the facility, and his fog began to envelop �13 and the students. Ijiro exclaimed in confusion as they struggled against the strong winds. Tenya grabbed onto Achiko and Rikido, using his quirk to leap out of the area, while Mizo shielded Mina and Hanta with his arms. 𝗧𝗪 was about to jump to safety when he saw Toru being pulled into the fog, screaming in fright. He called out to her and jumped into the fog after her. Suddenly, he found himself high in the air, falling toward a different part of the facility. Hearing Toru's screams, he quickly looked down and saw her below him. Determined, 𝗧𝗪 dove after her, catching up quickly. He reassured her as he got close enough to grab her, pulling her in close. Just then, his spider sense tingled, warning him of danger ahead. He spotted the roof of a destroyed building approaching fast and braced for impact, turning to shield Toru with his body as they crashed through the roof and slid against the road. After a moment of silence, 𝗧𝗪 groaned in pain, opening his arms to check on Toru. Concerned, he asked if she was okay. Toru pushed herself up and snapped at him for asking. 𝗧𝗪 smiled under his mask, taking her response as a sign that she was fine. They both got to their feet and surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were in a devastated city. 𝗧𝗪 suggested they regroup with the others, and Toru agreed, pumping her fists in determination. As they walked, 𝗧𝗪's spider sense tingled again, prompting him to widen his eyes. He quickly turned to Toru and pushed her out of the way just as a tall, muscular man with a scorpion tail and green armor burst through a nearby wall, tackling 𝗧𝗪 to the ground. He urged Toru to hide, and she hesitantly complied, watching as 𝗧𝗪 faced the villain. The scorpion villain looked down at 𝗧𝗪, smirking as he focused on the spider symbol on his chest, taunting him about their similarities. What were the chances? The villain lifted his tail, aiming it at 𝗧𝗪's head. However, 𝗧𝗪 swiftly dodged and kicked the villain away, quickly propelling himself upward and wrapping the villain's tail to his back. Spotting a fallen streetlight nearby, 𝗧𝗪 shot a web line at it, pulling it toward himself before catching it and charging back at the villain with it in hand. He called the villain weak before smashing the light against his back. 𝗧𝗪 declared him puny as he redirected a right hook from the villain with his right arm and followed up with a punch to the villain's back. The villain attempted to swing his right arm back, but 𝗧𝗪 ducked under it, declaring it a waste of life. He then delivered a right hook of his own, sending the villain stumbling backward in a backflip. The villain barely had time to recover before 𝗧𝗏 rushed in and struck him across the face with his right fist, calling him a pathetic excuse for an arachnid. 𝗧𝗏 then turned and elbowed the villain in the face, causing him to turn away. Seizing the opportunity, 𝗧𝗏 grabbed the villain from under his left arm and threw him aside. Toru watched in shock and amazement as 𝗧𝗏 dominated the villain. The scorpion villain called out for help just as 𝗧𝗏's spider sense tingled again. Suddenly, a giant lizard villain leaped off a nearby building, landing on the ground. Toru stared in fear as another villain landed behind her. She quickly turned to see a man with bird-like hands and feet, along with black wings under his arms, wearing a red jacket, breathes, and a mask covering the lower half of his face. The villain sniffed the air before turning to her, making her flinch. He pulled down his mask, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and told her to come closer. Terrified, Toru ran from her hiding spot into the open. 𝗧𝗏 landed beside a car and saw the bird villain chasing Toru down the street. He called out to her in fear. The scorpion villain freed his tail from 𝗧𝗏's webbing and turned to join the chase. 𝗧𝗏 thought in panic that he couldn't let them reach Toru. As the lizard villain lunged at him with his mouth wide open, 𝗧𝗏 jumped over him, causing the villain to bite into the car. 𝗧𝗏 quickly webbed the villain's head in place and began to chase after the others before they could reach Toru. The scorpion villain was gaining on her when 𝗧𝗏 suddenly tackled him from the side. The villain got up and attempted to stab 𝗧𝗏 with his tail, but 𝗧𝗏 grabbed it, lifting him and slamming him back into the ground. As the bird villain jumped at him from behind, 𝗧𝗏 turned and grabbed him by the throat, yanking him forward and punching him in the back of the head. The villain stumbled past him, and 𝗧𝗏 spun to hit him again with his forearm before wrapping his arm around the villain's neck, bending him backward. The scorpion villain jumped at 𝗧𝗏 from behind, but 𝗧𝗏 kicked him away with his leg. Turning back to the bird villain, 𝗧𝗏 grabbed him by the front and back, flipping him upside down and lifting him into the air. He released his grip and kicked the villain in the chin, sending him flipping forward to the ground. Toru continued to run until she spotted a car and hid behind it, glancing back at 𝗧𝗏, who was starting to get overwhelmed by the villains. The scorpion villain taunted 𝗧𝗏, questioning if the three of them couldn't handle him. 𝗧𝗏 ran towards him and delivered an uppercut with his left fist, but the bird villain quickly jumped forward, slashing 𝗧𝗏 across the face with his claws, causing him to stumble back. The lizard villain seized 𝗧𝗏 by the head, lifting him into the air and biting into his ribs, causing him to grunt in pain. 𝗧𝗏 retaliated with his elbow to the villain's eye, making him drop him, but the bird villain slashed at 𝗧𝗏's shoulder, causing him to stumble. 𝗧𝗏 swung his arm back, but the villain grabbed his wrist and slashed across his chest before backing away and punching him in the face, sending 𝗧𝗏 stumbling backward. Suddenly, the scorpion villain charged from behind, wrapping his tail around 𝗧𝗏's neck and choking him. He lifted 𝗧𝗏 into the air and slammed him into the ground, releasing him. 𝗧𝗏 quickly got up, but the scorpion villain slashed upward across the left side of his face, tearing his mask and partially blinding him. Toru cried out 𝗧𝗏's name in horror as he struggled to rise. As he got to his feet, the bird villain spat an acidic liquid in 𝗧𝗏's face, causing him to stumble back. The scorpion villain then elbowed him in the face. The lizard villain picked up a car and swung it at 𝗧𝗏, sending him flying backward before crashing down. 𝗧𝗏 lay on the ground, spitting out blood and a tooth as the villains approached him. The scorpion villain sneered, claiming that if 𝗧𝗏 hadn't been such a nuisance, he would have made Toru's death quick and painless. Now, he intended to finish her slowly. 𝗧𝗏 pushed himself up to one knee, turning his back to them. He vowed that they would never lay a finger on her as his right lens faded to black, a glowing red dot appearing in the center. His entire nervous system began to glow as he raised both arms and released his top stingers. He declared that he would take them all on and charged at them. The bird villain leaped at him, but 𝗧𝗏 spun to the right, evading him and stabbing his right stinger through the back of the villain's right side. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 swiftly removed his stinger and replaced it with his left one. He turned to his right and slashed the lizard villain across the face, then dragged and threw the bird villain forward. Positioning himself behind the lizard villain, he used his left stinger to strike him across the back, followed by a quick slash to the right calf, and then another swing that severed the villain's tail. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 retracted his stinger, grabbed the tail, and hurled it at the scorpion villain, who was caught off guard and stumbled backward as it struck him. The bird villain rushed back in but was met with a slash across the face from 𝗧𝗵𝗲's right stinger. Spinning to his right, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slashed the lizard villain, who had moved behind him, across the chest with his left stinger. The attack caused the bird villain to spin around, preparing to launch more acid saliva at 𝗧𝗵𝗲. However, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaped forward, stabbing his right stinger into the villain's left hand. He rolled across the villain's back, causing the bird to unintentionally spit acid at the lizard villain's chest, prompting a roar of pain from him. Once off the bird villain's back, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 faced the opposite direction and pulled his right arm forward, which still had the stinger embedded in the villain's hand. This made the bird villain stumble back while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly retracted the stinger and turned to the lizard villain, aiming his right arm and shooting out the stinger at the villain's right thigh, eliciting another roar of pain. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then turned back to the other two villains and charged at them. The bird villain attempted a right hook, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blocked it with his left arm, grabbed the villain's left shoulder with his right hand, and head-butted him, sending him crashing to the ground. Turning around, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saw the scorpion villain launch his tail at him. He swiftly dodged to the right, seized the tail with his right hand, and ripped off the stinger with his left, causing the villain to cry out in pain. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 discarded the scorpion stinger, rushed up to him, and stabbed the left side of his torso with his left stinger, forcing the villain to fall to his knees. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then pulled his stinger out and stabbed through the villain's left shoulder. The villain attempted to rise again, but as he looked up, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 delivered a powerful punch that sent him back down, causing him to spit out blood. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 followed with an uppercut that launched the villain into the air. The lizard villain tried to retaliate with a right hook, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blocked it with his left arm, seized it, and swiftly raised his right arm, using his claws to sever the villain's arm. The lizard villain cried out in pain and horror as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grasped the severed arm with both hands and swung it against the villain's head. The bird villain, now on his feet, stared at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in fear as he witnessed the brutal scene. In a panic, he jumped up and began flapping his wings, attempting to escape the fight. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struck the lizard villain with the severed arm again, sending him flying back. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then dropped the arm and leaped toward the bird villain, sinking his right claws into the villain's arm as he tried to flee. The villain screamed in pain and fear as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pulled himself up, placing both hands on the sides of the villain's head and unleashing his venom blast. The villain screamed before losing consciousness and beginning to fall. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 jumped off the villain and landed back on the ground as the villain crashed down. He slowly stood up and surveyed the scene, noting that all the villains were now unconscious on the ground. He quickly shot webbing over them, securing them in place. Breathing heavily, his eyes returned to normal, but suddenly he grunted in pain and fell to one knee, clutching the right side of his ribs where the lizard villain had bitten him. Toru called out to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as she emerged from behind a car, rushing to his side. Upon getting closer, she gasped in shock at the severity of his injuries and began to cry, expressing her sorrow. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he looked up at Toru. He reassured her that it was okay, expressing his relief that she was safe, even as he struggled to smile. Toru, her expression filled with concern, urged him to stay down, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 insisted that he needed to help the others. He was determined to endure the pain, declaring that as long as he was still breathing, he would not give up. With a burst of resolve, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stood up, applying webs to his wounds to stop the bleeding. He then extended his hand to Toru, inviting her to join him. She took his hand, amazed by his determination, and stood up beside him. Although worried, she urged him to be careful as they began walking together. As they moved, they spotted a large lake with a ship surrounded by multiple villains. 𝗧/𝗵 recognized 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗬𝗪 on the ship's balcony, and excitement surged through him. Toru, struggling to see, asked how they would reach their friends. 𝗧/𝗵 contemplated for a moment, then decided on a bold plan. He lifted Toru into his arms, surprising her, and prepared to jump. With a deep breath, he channeled bioelectricity through his legs and leaped high into the air, propelled by his super strength. As they soared toward the ship, Toru screamed in fright, but 𝗧/𝗵 gritted his teeth, urging himself to make it. Just before they landed, he shouted a warning to 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗬𝗪, who quickly moved aside as 𝗧/𝗵 landed on the balcony with a jolt that tilted the ship. He gently set Toru down but fell to one knee, grunting in pain. Toru scolded him for not being careful, to which 𝗧/𝗵 responded with a light-hearted chuckle, acknowledging the pain he felt. 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗬𝗪 rushed over, their expressions filled with concern as they knelt beside him. 𝗧/𝗵 reassured them not to worry, insisting he would be fine. 𝗧𝗂 asked what had happened, and Toru explained that 3 villains had attacked them, but 𝗧/𝗵 had protected her. 𝗧/𝗵 reiterated that he would be okay, but 𝗧𝗂 suggested he should rest. He agreed, moving to lean against a wall as 𝗬𝗪 began discussing their quirks. 𝗬𝗪 shared her abilities, including her impressive jumping and wall-clinging skills, as well as her unique tongue. 𝗧𝗂 then explained her own powers, emphasizing the cost of using them. Toru mentioned her invisibility and stealth, while 𝗧/𝗵 described his own quirk, which granted him numerous superhuman abilities, including spider-like traits and unique powers like his spider sense and venom blast. As he demonstrated his abilities, the girls looked on in awe. Suddenly, 𝗧/𝗵's spider sense tingled, and he warned them just as a giant hand made of water emerged from the lake. The hand sliced through the ship, causing it to begin sinking. One of the villains boasted about their impending victory, while another villain with a shark-like appearance predicted the ship would be fully submerged soon. 𝗧𝗂 stood up, rallying her classmates with a reminder that overconfident enemies often make mistakes. She encouraged them to seize the opportunity to fight back. The shark-like villain laughed, dismissing their resolve, but 𝗧/𝗵 and his friends were determined to prove him wrong. Of course, they would definitely have an advantage in the water, so there was no need to worry. He created a hand from the water. 𝗧𝗂 suddenly placed her right foot on the railing of the ship and yelled into the air before jumping off the ship. She declared that it was time to take down the villains. One of the villains scoffed at her reckless move, while another claimed she would be his target once she hit the water. 𝗧𝗂 aimed her left hand toward the water, positioning her thumb over her middle finger. 𝗧/𝗵, 𝗬𝗪, and Toru remained on the balcony of the ship, preparing for their next move. 𝗧/𝗵 noticed 𝗬𝗪 and Toru clinging to each other and asked if they were ready. They nodded in confirmation. 𝗧𝗂 unleashed her powerful attack, creating a strong burst of wind that sent a massive wave into the water, pulling in all of the villains. Still airborne, 𝗧𝗂 realized her thumb and middle finger were injured. She called for her classmates to act quickly. 𝗧/𝗵 and 𝗬𝗪 jumped high into the air, with Toru in 𝗬𝗪's arms. 𝗬𝗪 shot her tongue out, wrapping it around 𝗧𝗂 as they passed, pulling her along. In mid-air, 𝗧/𝗵 turned to face the villains and charged up his venom blast, unleashing streams of bioelectricity into the water, incapacitating the villains. 𝗧𝗂 explained that a strong force applied to the water surface would push it away, only to rush back, sending the villains flying into the air. 𝗧/𝗵 quickly used his webs to wrap them all together. 𝗬𝗪 remarked that they had rounded them up nicely, while Toru praised their teamwork. 𝗧/𝗵 smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As they landed in the water and began walking toward the central plaza, Toru shivered from the cold. The villains were stuck together in the water, thanks to 𝗧/𝗵's webs, while the ship was nearly submerged. 𝗧/𝗵 reassured his classmates that his webs could hold them securely. 𝗧𝗂 muttered to herself, reflecting on the gamble they had taken, worried about any hidden reserves the villains might have. 𝗬𝗪, feeling uneasy, urged 𝗧𝗂 to focus on their next move instead of second-guessing. 𝗧𝗂 agreed but then yelped in pain, revealing her injured hand. 𝗬𝗪 asked if she was okay, and 𝗧𝗂 assured her she was fine. 𝗧/𝗵 stepped forward to help, using his silk to carefully wrap her injured fingers, which amazed 𝗧𝗂𝘁. However, she soon noticed 𝗧/N breathing heavily from exhaustion. Toru placed a hand on his shoulder, expressing concern for his well-being. 𝗧/N acknowledged that his last attack had drained him but insisted they needed to prioritize getting help. Tsuyu agreed that avoiding the central plaza would be wise, especially with the chaos erupting there. They could hear explosions and shouting in the distance, causing 𝗧/N to worry about Mr. Aizawa's ability to handle the situation alone. He voiced his concern that without backup, Mr. Aizawa might overexert himself. Toru, fearful, asked if 𝗧/N was suggesting they jump into the battle. 𝗧/N clarified that they should find a way to assist without directly engaging. After a time skip, they reached the central plaza, where Shota was fighting the villains. Izuku stood to 𝗧/N's right, while Tsuyu and Toru were on his left. Toru reminded 𝗧/N to stay out of the fight, and Tsuyu quietly agreed. They observed as most of the villains lay unconscious on the ground while Shota continued to battle the remaining ones. Shota skillfully knocked away one villain and incapacitated two others with his scarf. He breathed slightly before noticing the hand villain charging toward him. The hand villain began counting down, taunting Shota as he prepared to throw his scarf. Shota focused, referring to the hand villain as the final boss. He threw his scarf, but the villain caught it effortlessly, continuing his advance. As the hand villain continued his taunts, Shota pulled back on his scarf, attempting to strike the villain. 𝗧/N and the others smiled at Shota's determination, but their expressions shifted to concern as they realized the villain had blocked Shota's attack. The hand villain revealed that he had discovered Shota's tell, causing Shota to widen his eyes in surprise. With a sinister tone, the hand villain warned Shota not to push himself too hard, as he might fall apart. The tension in the air thickened as 𝗧/N and his friends watched, worried for their mentor's safety. Wouldn't that be a shame? A villain taunted Shota as the skin on Shota's elbow began to peel away, revealing the tendons beneath. Shota quickly retaliated, using his left arm to punch the villain away before leaping back. He thought to himself that the villain had destroyed his elbow. Just then, he ducked as another villain charged from behind, moving his left hand at him. Shota countered with a punch, sending the attacker sprawling. Another villain, wielding a large flail, attempted to slam it down on Shota, but he deftly dodged to the right and rolled forward as yet another villain, with large, hairy arms, swung at him. A villain with blade-like fingers joined the fray, surrounding Shota as he stood, breathing in exhaustion. The villain with the hands spoke, mocking Shota's quirk and suggesting that he was out of his element. He noted that Shota was known for stealth and surprise attacks rather than direct confrontations, yet here he was, in the thick of battle, trying to protect his students. As the villain with the bladed fingers lunged at him from behind, Shota swiftly turned and dodged, wrapping his scarf around the villain and pulling him close. In the chaos, the flail-wielding villain accidentally struck his ally. Seizing the opportunity, Shota punched the flail villain before spinning to deliver a kick to the large-armed villain's head, knocking them all out. Breathing, Shota turned to face the hand villain, who expressed admiration for his resilience. The villain then began to reveal something significant, but Shota's attention was drawn to a monstrous figure looming behind him. 𝗧/N's senses heightened as the threat became apparent. The hand villain declared that he was not the final boss, just as the monster raised its hand and lunged forward, knocking Shota's goggles off and attacking him. 𝗧/N and the others watched in horror, with Izuku quietly expressing concern for Mr. Aizawa. 𝗧/N's anger surged as his right lens darkened and glowed again. He moved forward, but Toru grabbed his shoulder, urging him not to intervene. Shota lay face down on the ground, blood pooling around him as he gasped weakly. The hand villain taunted Shota, revealing that the monster was a bioengineered creature known as Nomu. Nomu sat atop Shota's back, gripping his broken arm and letting out a chilling shriek before applying more pressure, causing Shota to cry out in pain. The hand villain continued to mock Shota, suggesting that his quirk was ineffective against true power. Shota struggled to look up at Nomu, attempting to use his quirk, but Nomu retaliated by slamming his hand down on Shota's other arm, breaking it and eliciting another cry of pain. 𝗧𝗪 thought to himself that 𝗨𝗵 was breaking his bones as if they were twigs, realizing that even without powers, the creature was incredibly strong. As 𝗨𝗵 lifted 𝗧𝗪's head, 𝗧𝗪 contemplated the creature's strength, comparing it to all mights. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗪 was being restrained by the girls, who were struggling to hold him back as his anger boiled over. Izuku whispered for him to stop, but 𝗧𝗪 insisted he couldn't just stand by. Suddenly, the fog villain appeared beside the hand villain, calling him Tomura. Tomura inquired about the status of another hero, and Kurojiiri informed him that while one hero was incapacitated, some students had escaped. Tomura's frustration grew as he realized they could not win against numerous pro-heroes. He declared it was time to retreat, expressing disappointment that he would not finish the fight that day. Toru whispered to her classmates, questioning if they were really going to leave. Tsuyu agreed, noting the oddity of their retreat at this moment. Toru urged 𝗧𝗪 to calm down, and he began to relax, his anger subsiding. Yet, Tsuyu still felt uneasy about the situation, and Izuku echoed her concerns, pondering why the villains would withdraw now when help was on the way. 𝗧𝗪's thoughts raced as he considered the implications of All Might's potential arrival and the villains' motives. Why was this game over? 𝗧𝗪 pondered. Tomura declared that before they left, they should ensure the symbol of peace was broken, a sinister smile hidden beneath his mask. He suggested they should crush his pride. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗪's spider sense tingled, alerting him to Tomura's swift approach. Tomura's intent was clear as he reached out toward Tsuyu's face, and time seemed to slow for 𝗧𝗪. Memories of Tomura's previous attack on 𝗧𝗪 flashed in his mind, and a new vision emerged, one where Tsuyu disintegrated into dust. 𝗧𝗪's right eye glowed with determination. In a surge of anger and fear, he raised his left arm from the water and aimed his fist at Tomura, unleashing his top stinger, which pierced through the palm of Tomura's hand. Tomura stumbled back, howling in pain, and then turned to 𝗨𝗵, commanding him to eliminate them. 𝗨𝗵 lunged forward, and despite his instincts warning him against the fight, 𝗧𝗪 charged at him. He clenched his right fist, feeling the burn of his urticating hairs, and charged it with venom. He resolved to give it everything he had in one decisive blow, vowing to protect Izuku, Toru, and Tsuyu. With a fierce yell, he threw a punch at 𝗨𝗵's chest, generating a shockwave that sent water, debris, and nearby villains flying, shattering lights and creating a dust cloud. The commotion caught the attention of Achiko, Mina, Rikido, Mizo, Hanta, and an injured 13 who watched in awe. As the dust settled, 𝗧𝗪's breath was heavy, and he realized 𝗨𝗵 still stood, seemingly unaffected except for a severe burn mark on his chest. To 𝗧𝗪's shock, the wound healed instantly. His thoughts raced, questioning whether this was part of their plan to use 𝗨𝗵 against All Might. 𝗨𝗵 raised his arm, and 𝗧𝗪's spider sense flared again, prompting him to leap back just in time to avoid a powerful punch. The speed of 𝗨𝗵 was astonishing. 𝗧𝗪 quickly aimed both arms at 𝗨𝗵, unleashing razor-sharp webs that ensnared him, causing him to crash to the ground. 𝗨𝗵 screeched in frustration, struggling against the webbing that caused him to bleed. 𝗧𝗪's vision blurred as he fought to stay focused. He knew he had to end this. With determination, he felt the spines on his forearms grow and tear through his suit. He leaped toward 𝗨𝗵, but the villain broke free from the webs and charged at blinding speed. Before 𝗧𝗪 could react, 𝗨𝗵 seized him by the face and slammed him into the ground, creating deep cracks beneath him. Weak and in pain, 𝗧𝗪 attempted to rise, only to be struck down again by 𝗨𝗵's relentless punches. His classmates watched in horror as 𝗨𝗵 continued to assault him, blood staining his fists. 𝗧𝗪's vision faded, and muffled sounds filled his ears. In his weakened state, he began to recall memories of his childhood, moments spent with family. As these memories flashed before him, they morphed into haunting images of his loved ones in peril. He felt a surge of resolve, vowing to protect his classmates. Just as he gathered his strength, 𝗨𝗵 delivered one final blow, leaving 𝗧𝗪's body limp. As 𝗨𝗵 turned toward Izuku, Tsuyu, and Toru, Tomura ordered him to finish the job. 𝗧𝗏 clenched his fists, determined to rise again. He thought before suddenly opening both of his eyes, revealing them to be glowing brightly. 𝗏𝗵 continued walking towards them as the girls remained in place, scared and unsure of what to do. 𝗏𝗵 took another step forward and suddenly stopped, unable to lift his feet. A large beam of red energy shot at 𝗏𝗵's back, sending him flying past the girls and crashing into one of the facility's walls. Everyone stared at 𝗏𝗵 in surprise and confusion before turning to see what had caused the attack, their expressions shifting to shock. 𝗧𝗏 thought to himself with a monstrous voice, "Pray." Everyone now stared in fear at what 𝗧𝗏 had become. His body had transformed, and his spider hairs had grown significantly longer, completely covering him and revealing a brown color that caused his suit to burn away. He no longer had any apparent genitalia. His eyes glowed red, and his fingers and toes ended in large, black, razor-sharp claws. His lips were gone, replaced by rows of sharp fangs. The girls remained in the water, staring at 𝗧𝗏. Izuku expressed disbelief at the sight of 𝗧𝗏. He suddenly turned his head towards 𝗕𝗵𝗲, causing the latter to flinch in fright. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 called out to 𝗏𝗵, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to growl before dashing towards him with his right hand raised, ready to strike. However, 𝗏𝗵 appeared between them and took the hit. He stood there with deep claw marks on his chest, but the wounds quickly healed as he turned his attention to 𝗧𝗏. 𝗏𝗵 moved forward to wrap his arms around 𝗧𝗏, but 𝗧𝗏 quickly got down on all fours, nearly touching the ground. 𝗏𝗵 looked down at him just as 𝗧𝗏 shot a web from his mouth, blinding him. 𝗧𝗏 then leaped onto 𝗏𝗵 and began attacking. The girls quickly got out of the water, and 𝐶 used her tongue to pull Shota to them, but they couldn't help but continue staring at 𝗧𝗏. Izuku thought to herself that 𝗧𝗏 was fighting like an animal as he used his claws to slash at 𝗏𝗵's neck. She continued to observe as 𝗧𝗏 flipped over him and landed on the ground, quickly slashing 𝗏𝗵's back. 𝗏𝗵 turned around and swung his right arm, but 𝗧𝗏 slid between his legs and slashed behind his knees, causing 𝗏𝗵 to fall. 𝗧𝗏 then placed his hands on 𝗏𝗵's back and lifted him over his head, causing 𝗏𝗵's back to burn. 𝗧𝗏 threw him away, making him crash to the ground. 𝗧𝗏 began walking towards him before suddenly doubling over as sounds of cracking came from his body. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗪𝗠 looked at him. 𝗬𝗪𝗠 asked 𝗕𝗵𝗲 if he should intervene, but 𝗕𝗵𝗲 replied that it didn't matter what kind of power-up 𝗧𝗏 had, 𝗏𝗵 was still stronger. Just then, all of 𝗏𝗵's wounds healed again, and he ripped the webs off his eyes. 𝗧𝗏 growled at 𝗏𝗵 before lunging at him, but 𝗏𝗵 kicked him away, sending him crashing through the fountain and flying far back into the air. The girls gasped at the sight. Elsewhere, Momo, Kyoka, and Denki were in the mountain zone, fighting off dozens of villains. Their backs were to the mountain as the villains surrounded them. Momo wielded a metal staff, and Kyoka had a small sword, while Denki was unarmed. Denki expressed his fear that they might die in the first few days of school, prompting Kyoka to order him to fight. Momo and Kyoka continued battling but worried that Denki's words might come true. Momo thought to herself that they couldn't keep this up forever and needed help. Suddenly, something crashed into the middle of the mountain, surprising everyone and halting their fight. The object that had crashed fell to the ground between the two groups, revealing 𝗧𝗏. A male villain expressed curiosity about what it was. Before anyone could respond, the sounds of cracking continued from 𝗧𝗏's body. He growled as his body began to grow, slamming his hands on the ground and creating large cracks. 2 large pairs of 𝗂𝐁𝐿 grew at the corners of his mouth, and his legs became digitigrade. 4 arms emerged from his sides, also slamming into the ground. 𝗧𝗏 breathed heavily before lifting his head, revealing 4 pairs of glowing red eyes that stared at the villains. He stood up, doubling in height and towering over everyone. A male villain expressed fear at the sight of him. 𝗧𝗏 let out a monstrous roar directed at the villains, creating shockwaves that blew them all away. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 turned to where the noise was coming from, commenting that 𝗧𝗏 was still alive and that they would have a round 3. 𝗧/N growled and began walking forward, leaving his 3 classmates behind. Denki exclaimed that 𝗧/N looked like a giant spider, and they all widened their eyes. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 trailed off, realizing what they were witnessing. Tomura ordered Nomu to ensure 𝗧/N stayed down for good this time. Nomu charged at 𝗧/N, who immediately did the same. They collided, creating a shockwave that blew everything around them away as they grappled with each other, trying to push the other back and causing the ground beneath them to break. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Toru stared at 𝗧/N in disbelief. Izuku thought to herself that 𝗧/N had changed again, turning more into a spider. 𝗧/N growled as his urticating hairs began to burn Nomu again, this time to a greater degree. His 4 extra arms released stingers that stabbed into Nomu's torso, making him screech. 𝗧/N then lifted his right leg and kicked Nomu while using his magnetic repulse, sending him flying back and crashing to the ground. Nomu slowly got back up, and to everyone's surprise, his wounds were no longer healing. Tomura questioned what was happening as a liquid dripped from Nomu's stab wounds, melting the ground beneath him. Izuku wondered what this meant. 𝗧/N felt a surge of fear as he charged his fists with Venom Blast. He lunged forward, striking Nomu with his 3 left arms, sending the creature crashing to the ground. 𝗧/N continued his relentless assault, delivering blow after blow. Tomura watched in disbelief, his anger boiling over. He couldn't comprehend how Nomu, engineered to defeat All Might at full power, was being overpowered so easily. Frantically scratching his neck, he turned to Kurojiiri, demanding action. Kurojiiri, however, expressed his concern, stating that if 𝗧/N could defeat Nomu so effortlessly, their chances of helping were slim. Nomu retaliated, swinging his right arm at 𝗧/N, but 𝗧/N deftly dodged, sinking his fangs into Nomu's arm. The force of his bite was enough to pierce through flesh and bone, causing Nomu to screech in pain. 𝗧/N bit down harder, tearing the arm away and discarding it. Kurojiiri urged a retreat, realizing the danger they were in, but Tomura remained fixated on the fight, his frustration evident. 𝗧/N stood over Nomu, generating spines from his arms and piercing them into Nomu's shoulders, torso, and thighs. He lifted Nomu into the air, his eyes and mouth glowing brightly. Meanwhile, Momo, Kyoka, Denki, Katsuki, Ijiro, and Shoto arrived at the central plaza, witnessing the chaos. Katsuki expressed his shock at the sight before 𝗧/N unleashed a powerful beam of bioelectromagnetic energy, launching Nomu high into the sky and through the dome of the 𝐒𝐽. Elsewhere, 𝗵𝗵𝐺 and Koji felt the ground tremble, confused by the sudden upheaval. Myheroacademia, alone in the conflagration zone, shared their bewilderment. Back at the central plaza, the students stared in awe at 𝗧/N's display of power. After a moment, 𝗧/N collapsed to his knees, unconscious. Tomura, seeing his opportunity, rushed towards 𝗧/N, declaring his intent for revenge. Izuku, alarmed, sprinted to intercept him, but it seemed too late as Tomura's hand neared 𝗧/N's head. Suddenly, the doors of the 𝗎𝐽 were blown off, creating a cloud of dust that halted everyone in their tracks. The students recognized the figure emerging from the dust, All Might. He had sensed something was amiss when he couldn't reach Aizawa and 13, and he rushed to the scene. All Might, filled with determination, reassured the students that he was there to protect them. Tomura, shaken by All Might's arrival, retreated with Kurojiiri, realizing they were outmatched. All Might approached the students, expressing concern for their well-being. Izuku pointed out 𝗧/N, still lying on the ground. All Might, taken aback, learned that 𝗧/N had transformed in an effort to protect them. The students shared their sadness over 𝗧/N's sacrifice. Kneeling beside 𝗧/N, All Might felt a deep sense of regret for not being there to help. Suddenly, a vertical line appeared on 𝗧/N's back, splitting open. All Might stepped back in surprise, then turned to the students, instructing Momo to create a large blanket. She complied, and All Might quickly covered 𝗧/N with it. The students gathered around, curious and concerned. As All Might revealed a now normal, healed, but unconscious 𝗬/N wrapped in the blanket, relief washed over the group. They were grateful to see their friend alive and safe. Elsewhere, 𝗕𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗫𝗁 found themselves in a bar-like setting. 𝗕𝗵𝗲's head hung low in defeat. He lamented the loss of his underlings and Nomu, feeling the weight of their failure against 𝗬/N and the symbol of peace. A voice from a TV responded, suggesting they were simply unprepared, while another voice agreed. They had underestimated their opponents. Thankfully, they had failed under the cheap League of Villains name rather than their own. The figure turned to 𝗕𝗵𝗲 and asked about the creature they had created together. Where was Nomu? The MSTR inquired as well. 𝗬𝗫𝗁 responded that Nomu had been blasted away. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 was taken aback by this news. 𝗬𝗫𝗁 explained that a boy had overpowered Nomu, and without precise coordinates, he couldn't use his warp to bring him back. They had no time to search for him. This was a travesty, 𝗕𝗵𝗲 thought, especially after everything they had done to make Nomu as strong as All Might. The MSTR acknowledged the situation, stating that it couldn't be helped. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 clenched his fists in anger, realizing that if it hadn't been for that boy, they might have killed the symbol of peace. He repeated the boy's name in frustration, remembering 𝗬/N. Another figure emerged from the shadows, a large man with glowing red eyes, leaning against the wall. He commented on 𝗕𝗵𝗲's failure, suggesting he should have gone with them. 𝗕𝗵𝗲 glared at him, demanding to know what he had said. The emissary intervened, reminding them both that while they were upset, the mission had not been futile. They had learned valuable information. He instructed them to gather the villainous elite and take their time. He needed to remain hidden, which was why 𝗕𝗵𝗲 had to be his face, a symbol of fear. The MSTR assured 𝗕𝗵𝗲 that he would soon get what he wanted. Meanwhile, at the 𝐒𝐻, everyone was outside with multiple police officers, police cars, and prison buses for the villains being led away in HNDCFFS. A police detective was ensuring all the students were present. He counted, noting that everyone seemed to be there except for a boy with brown hair and a girl with broken fingers. Yuga, feeling overlooked, asked his friends where his sparkling light was, but they were too engrossed in conversation to notice. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 pointed out that the people they fought were low-level thugs, while Ijiro agreed, noting they had messed with the wrong kids. Yuga turned to Tsuyu, placing his hand on her shoulder, and asked where she thought he had been. She inquired about his whereabouts, to which he playfully replied that it was a secret. The detective suggested they get the students back to the main campus, stating they had been through a lot and didn't need to question them immediately. Tsuyu called out to the detective, expressing concern for Mr. Aizawa. The detective contacted the doctor, who reported that Aizawa had splintered bones in his arms and facial fractures, but fortunately, there seemed to be no serious brain damage. However, his orbital floor was nearly destroyed, and they couldn't determine if his eyesight would be affected once he healed. The detective reassured the students, and when Mina asked about 13, he informed them that despite some bad lacerations, 13 would recover. Toru then asked about Midoriya and 𝗬/N. The detective explained that Recovery Girl was taking care of Midoriya, who had only a broken finger and thumb, while 𝗬/N had no apparent injuries but remained unconscious. The detective suggested they return to class, and the students agreed, though their tone reflected their worry. Inside the 𝐬𝐻, Principal Nizu, Midnight, and another staff member named 𝗧𝗵𝗲 discussed the need for security improvements. Nizu suggested an overhaul of the system, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed. Midnight commented on the rarity of warp quirks and the danger they posed in the hands of a villain. Outside, a police officer approached Detective Tsukachi, informing him that someone believed to be involved in the attack had been apprehended nearby. Tsukachi ordered a report and learned that the suspect had no apparent injuries and was complying with officers, though he had not spoken. Tsukachi approached Principal Nizu, requesting to investigate the school thoroughly for safety. Nizu enthusiastically granted him full access, emphasizing the importance of his assistance. As afternoon arrived, the students returned to the school. Izuku thanked Recovery Girl for healing her finger and thumb. She expressed her gratitude and wished her well on her way home. Upon opening the door, Izuku was surprised to see a floating figure in a school uniform. It was Toru, who asked about Izuku's hand. Izuku replied that it was all better now, and Toru mentioned she had come to get healed as well. Izuku wished her good luck as she walked past and into the hallway. She thanked Recovery Girl before quickly walking into the room and shutting the door behind her. Recovery Girl asked why Toru was really there, making her flinch in surprise. Toru hesitated, prompting Recovery Girl to give her a stern look. With a sigh of defeat, Toru expressed her hope to talk to 𝗧𝗏 alone for a minute. Recovery Girl smiled and agreed, surprising her. Toru asked if it was really okay, and Recovery Girl confirmed that 𝗧 was fine but still unconscious, so he likely wouldn't hear anything she said. Toru replied that was fine. Recovery Girl opened the door and looked back at her, saying she would be down the hall if Toru needed anything and to come tell her when she was done. Toru acknowledged her with a "Yes, ma'am." After Recovery Girl closed the door, Toru approached 𝗧, who was resting in bed, and looked down at him. She expressed her gratitude for what he had done that day, noting that they had only known each other for a few days and he had already saved her life multiple times. Leaning down, she gently kissed his right cheek and whispered that she hoped he would get better soon. Standing back up, she said goodbye before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Now alone, 𝗧 began to stir slightly before suddenly opening his eyes, which now surged with red bioelectricity. The school was closed the day after the 𝐒𝐩 was attacked, allowing all of Class 1A to rest after such a shocking event. The students were in their seats, discussing the events from 2 days ago. Toru excitedly asked myheroacademia and 𝗵𝐲 if they had watched the news last night. myheroacademia nodded in agreement. Toru lamented that while it was cool they got a few seconds of screen time, she doubted anyone noticed her in the background. 𝗵𝐲 bluntly agreed, and myheroacademia explained that it was hard to stand out when one was just gloves. Denki leaned back in his chair, looking at 𝐼jiro, whose desk was behind his. He bragged that they were big deals, as news channels loved them and they were basically celebrities. 𝐼jiro agreed, noting how crazy it was. Kyoka, seated to the left of Denki, interrupted, reminding them that the hero course that produced pro-heroes had been attacked, and that was what the news cared about. Hanta commented on what could have happened if 𝗧 hadn't gone into action against the villains, smiling. Rikido excitedly recounted how 𝗧 had fought a strong opponent and emerged victorious. 𝗵𝗵𝐴ge reflected on the power one of their classmates held within him, closing his eyes. The room fell silent as everyone noticed his desk was empty. Hanta asked if they thought 𝗧 had recovered, and 𝐼jiro confidently stated that he was tough. Denki expressed uncertainty, noting 𝗧 had gone through a lot. Kyoka glared at him with a dark aura surrounding her, causing Denki to yelp in fright and raise his hands defensively. He nervously clarified that he wasn't saying 𝗧 was dead, just that he might not have fully recovered yet. At that moment, the class door opened, and 𝗧 walked through, apologizing for oversleeping and acknowledging it wasn't very class representative of him. His classmates smiled at him, and 𝐼jiro greeted him happily, glad to see him back on his feet. 𝗧 smiled at the warm welcome and informed them he felt better than usual, even mentioning that his eye and teeth had healed. Their smiles quickly faded, replaced by concern as they asked what had happened to his eye and teeth. Before he could respond, the door slid open again to reveal 𝗧𝗪, his arms and face wrapped in bandages. He greeted the class, his voice slightly muffled. Concerned, the students asked what he was doing there. Denki expressed shock at seeing him. 𝗧𝗪 walked to the front of the classroom, and Tenya expressed relief that he was okay. Achiko questioned if he could be considered okay. 𝗧𝗪 stopped in front of 𝗧, expressing gladness at his recovery and instructing him to take his seat. 𝗧 complied and walked to his desk as 𝗧𝗪 made his way to the front. 𝗧𝗪 stated that his well-being was irrelevant and that what mattered was that their fight wasn't over yet. Katsuki questioned what he meant, and Izuku expressed concern. The class began to worry as 𝗧𝗪 revealed that the 𝗒 sports festival was about to start. 𝐼jiro shouted in excitement, but the students expressed anger at being scared. 𝐼jiro rose from his seat, ready to take on the challenge. Denki interrupted, questioning the timing of the festival so soon after the villains had attacked. Kyoka voiced her concerns about the potential for another attack during the event. 𝗵𝗲 added that they could be targeted while all in one place. 𝗧𝗪 explained that the administration believed this was a good way to show that the threat had been handled and that the school was safer than ever. He assured them that security would be beefed up compared to past years. He emphasized that the sports festival was a significant opportunity for all students at 𝐻𝐸 and could not be cancelled due to a few villains. He compared it to the Olympic Games, noting that with the emergence of quirks, the focus had shifted to the 𝐻𝐸 Sports Festival as the premier competition. Momo added that top heroes would be watching, emphasizing the importance of the event for scouting. 𝗧𝗏 thought to himself that this was both shocking and fantastic. Denki noted that many people joined pro agencies as sidekicks after graduating, while �KYOKA pointed out that some missed their chance to go independent and remain sidekicks, teasing Denki about his potential future. 𝗧𝗪 confirmed that joining a famous hero agency could lead to greater experience and popularity. That's why the festival matters. If one wants to go pro one day, then this event could open the path for them. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival, which means they better not slack off on their training. He explained. The students responded with enthusiasm. 𝗧𝗪 announced that class was dismissed before leaving the classroom. After he was gone, 𝗧𝗏's classmates turned to him. 𝗧 asked what was on their minds. Mina suddenly shot up from her seat and pointed at him, demanding to know what he meant by what. She insisted they hadn't forgotten what he said and urged him to tell them everything that happened. 𝗧 hesitated, asking if they wanted to hear about the eye and teeth incident or something else. Mina insisted on hearing all of it. He sighed and began recounting the day's events, how he and Toru ended up in the same area, fought 3 villains, met up with Izuku and Tsuyu, reached the central plaza, witnessed what happened to 𝗧𝗪, and how he transformed into that spider-like creature. 𝗧 shared that while he was in that form, he felt as if he were in a trance, not in control, but overwhelmed with rage. He looked down, frowning, and apologized if he had hurt any of them. His classmates stared at him in surprise. He then asked if his explanation was too long, to which they exclaimed that was what he was worried about. Class 1A was in another class when the school bell chimed, and 𝗬𝗏𝗧 walked out. Ijiro expressed his excitement for the upcoming games, while Hanta noted they had put on a good show and were on the road to becoming pros. Rikido punched his fist into his palm, affirming that this was why he was there in the first place. 𝗵𝗃 reminded them that they had so few chances and needed to make the most of this opportunity. Toru stood next to 𝗧𝗏, who was still seated at his desk, searching for any wounds. She asked if he was sure he was okay and how he felt. 𝗧𝗏 replied that he was very hungry. Toru, slightly frustrated, insisted she was serious. 𝗧𝗏 explained that ever since the incident, he had been ridiculously hungry, feeling as if his stomach had turned into a black hole. He paused to think and corrected himself, calling it a snack hole. Tsuyu approached 𝗧𝗏, thanking him for saving her from the villain at 𝐻𝐸. 𝗧𝗏 assured her it was no problem and that he was sure she would have done the same for any of them. Tsuyu blushed in response. Yuga, standing at the front of the classroom, posed dramatically, claiming he stood out even when still, ensuring the scouts wouldn't be able to take their eyes off him. Koji, standing next to him, flinched nervously. Yuga suddenly appeared in front of Koji, who quickly nodded in agreement out of nervousness. Denki sighed, expressing envy over 𝗧𝗏's quirk, which was bound to attract attention. 𝗧𝗏 hoped he wouldn't make a fool of himself in front of everyone watching, prompting �KYOKA to chuckle and tease him about being willing to fight off villains yet afraid of an audience. 𝗧𝗏 rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, explaining that he wasn't used to so much attention and that his mask made him feel safer. �KYOKA comforted him, advising him not to think about it too much. Denki narrowed his eyes at �KYOKA, wondering when she had become so friendly. Izuku remarked on the excitement in the air, while Tenya emphasized their goal of becoming heroes, which naturally fueled their enthusiasm. Tsuyu commented on Tenya's interesting moves, and he asked Izuku if she was excited too. Izuku admitted to being both excited and nervous. Achiko then called for everyone's attention, her determined expression radiating a dark aura. She declared her commitment to doing her best in the sports festival. Izuku noticed something off about her face and asked what happened. Mina echoed his concern, noting that Achiko was usually the most laid-back girl. Achiko stomped her left foot and raised her right fist, repeating her declaration to do her best, rallying the group to join her in raising their fists. They cheered together, though when she turned to Rikido, Hanta, Ijiro, and 𝗵𝗵𝐸, they hesitantly raised their fists, looking nervous. Ijiro asked if she was okay, noting she seemed a bit intense. Achiko insisted on repeating her declaration for emphasis. Later, 𝗧𝗏, Tenya, Izuku, Achiko, Tsu, Mina, Toru, Kyoka, and Momo walked to the cafeteria for lunch. Izuku asked Achiko why she decided to come to you, and what motivated her to become a pro hero. Achiko hesitated before admitting that if they were cutting to the chase, she wanted to be a hero for the money. She nervously apologized for sounding greedy, worried they might think less of her. Tenya reassured her that her goal was perfectly admirable, while Izuku expressed surprise. Achiko explained that her family owned a construction company that hadn't gotten any work lately, leaving them flat broke. She admitted this wasn't something she usually shared. Tenya inquired about the construction aspect, and Izuku gasped, realizing that if Achiko got licensed, she could use her quirk to significantly reduce costs. Momo added that they could sell their heavy lifting equipment, while Tenya noted she could float everything. Achiko agreed, excited by the possibilities. 𝗧𝗏 had always admired Achiko's determination. She had been expressing her dreams since childhood, passionately sharing her longing to become stronger and help others. However, her father had always encouraged her to pursue her own dreams, believing that would bring her true happiness. As she gripped her skirt tightly, she declared her ambition to become a pro hero, earn a good income, and provide a comfortable life for her parents. Her determination surprised the group, prompting Tenya to raise his arms and applaud her, exclaiming how noble her aspirations were. The girls chuckled at Tenya's enthusiastic response, but 𝗧𝗏 remained quiet, feeling a connection to her struggles. Money had always been a concern for his family, especially after the loss of 𝑈/N. 𝗧𝗏 had taken to repairing items for others, often finding creative solutions that saved people money. He thought to himself that Achiko was grounded in reality, not lost in a fantasy of heroism. Suddenly, they heard the booming laughter of 𝗏𝗏, who appeared in the hallway wearing a formal suit. He announced that young Midoriya was present, catching everyone's attention. Izuku was surprised to see him and asked what he was doing there. 𝗏𝗏 cheerfully revealed he had brought a lunch and invited her to join him. The girls found the moment adorable, and after a brief exchange of glances with her friends, Izuku accepted the invitation. Later, in the cafeteria, the group waited in line for lunch. Achiko wondered about 𝗏𝗏's interest in Izuku, recalling Azui's earlier comments about their similar quirks. Tenya speculated that 𝗏𝗏 might have taken a liking to Izuku because of that connection, and Achiko agreed. Unbeknownst to them, Shoto Todoroki was ahead in line, listening to their conversation. She thought about the implications of 𝗏𝗏's attention on Izuku. As they approached their classroom, Achiko was taken aback by the crowd of students gathered outside. She questioned their presence, while Tenya asked if they had business with their class. Katsuki, with his usual bluntness, remarked that they were there to scout the competition, as Class 1A had survived a real villain attack. Izuku quietly expressed her hope that Katsuki wouldn't cause any trouble. Katsuki stepped forward, asserting his presence and dismissing the onlookers as extras, which surprised his classmates. Tenya chastised him for his rudeness, but before they could continue, a male student from the crowd stepped forward, introducing himself as someone from Class 1B. He challenged Katsuki, claiming that he had heard about their exploits and wanted to see if they were true. The boy expressed his disappointment in finding them to be arrogant. He revealed that he had aspirations of joining the hero course but had been forced into a different track. He explained that if he performed well in the upcoming sports festival, he might have a chance to transfer to the hero course, which would require others to make room. He declared his intent to compete fiercely, framing it as a declaration of war. The atmosphere grew tense as 𝗧𝗏 and his friends processed the boy's words. Just then, another student from Class 1B shouted at Katsuki, expressing his frustration with their class's reputation. 𝗧/N and his friends felt a wave of concern wash over them, realizing that their class was facing scrutiny. Katsuki, unfazed, simply walked away, dismissing the crowd's opinions. Ijiro urged him to respond, accusing him of being the reason for the negative attention. Katsuki insisted that the opinions of others didn't matter, focusing solely on his goal to prove himself in the upcoming challenges. Ijiro growled as he gritted his teeth and clenched his right fist, his eyes closed. He admitted to himself that he hated it. That was such a manly exit. A small tear formed at the corner of his right eye. Denki turned to him, looking confused. Rikido agreed with Ijiro, and Denki expressed his frustration, saying at SCKD that they had become everyone's enemies. Hanta added that everyone would be gunning for them in the festival now. 𝗧/N was walking toward the exit gate of the school when he suddenly heard loud footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to see Izuku running up to him. She greeted him nervously, wondering if he could help her train for the upcoming sports festival. 𝗧/N smiled and happily agreed, surprising Izuku. They confirmed their friendship with a light-hearted exchange, and 𝗧/N asked when she wanted to start. Izuku suggested today, and 𝗧/N, having no plans, agreed. As they walked together, 𝗧/N asked if she had a training location in mind. After a moment of thought, Izuku instructed him to grab what he needed and meet her at Takoba Municipal Beach Park. When 𝗧/N arrived at the beach park, he was taken aback by its beauty, especially as the sun began to set. The area had been restored to its pristine state, a stark contrast to the junkyard it had once been. Izuku, now wearing a light green tracksuit, joined him and revealed that she had cleaned the area for her training before the entrance exam. 𝗧/N praised her for her efforts, making her smile. They stood in the sand across from each other, and 𝗧/N guessed that Izuku wanted help controlling her quirk. She confirmed this and explained that her quirk allowed her to stockpile power but was difficult to control, often resulting in injury. 𝗧/N thought for a moment and suggested that instead of focusing all her power into one part of her body, she could let it spread throughout her entire body. He demonstrated with his own quirk, showing her how it worked. Encouraged, Izuku took a deep breath and focused. Red vein-like lines appeared and spread across her body before fading away, revealing a green electric aura surrounding her. 𝗧/N congratulated her, and they prepared to test her abilities. Izuku lunged at him with impressive speed, throwing a series of punches that he skillfully dodged. During their spar, he managed to counter her attack, sending her tumbling into the sand. Concerned, 𝗧/N rushed to her side when he saw her looking up at the sky with tears in her eyes. He asked if she was all right, worried that he had thrown her too hard. Izuku reassured him, explaining that she had faced negativity throughout her life, being called weak and worthless. Now, attending you and having friends like him supporting her felt surreal. 𝗧/N understood her feelings, sharing that he had faced similar challenges due to his quirk and how people viewed him. He acknowledged the hurtful words he had encountered but emphasized the importance of not letting those experiences define them. They both found solace in their shared struggles, strengthening their bond as friends and allies. Not just to prove them wrong, but to prove to themselves that they were strong enough. 𝗧/N explained while Izuku stared at him, surprised by his words. 𝗧/N continued, expressing that if they encountered any hardships, they would face them together, extending his right hand to her with a smile. Izuku looked up at him, her eyes filling with tears again, but she smiled back and grabbed his hand, feeling uplifted as she wiped her tears away. 𝗧/N reassured her that no thanks were necessary and asked if she wanted to keep going. She nodded in agreement. For the next 2 weeks, everyone began training for the sports festival, both in and out of school. 𝗧/N and Izuku trained together every day to help improve her quirk. On the morning of the sports festival, 𝗧/N stood by the front door of his house, preparing for the day with 𝗧/N beside him. She urged him to be careful and not get hurt, to which he promised he would try. 𝗧/N excitedly mentioned that she would record the entire festival in HD, making 𝗧/N chuckle as he put on his backpack. She encouraged him to do his best, and he smiled back before opening the door and stepping outside, thinking about his next visit. 𝗧/N found himself standing in front of the tombstones of his family. He addressed them, sharing that it was the day of the sports festival. Taking a deep breath, he admitted to feeling scared about the many eyes that would be watching, including heroes scouting for interns. After a moment, he stated that he didn't care about getting first place, but he promised to do his best. He placed his left hand on his sister's tombstone, saying he would share how it went when it was over, expressing his love before leaving. At the gates of 𝐸𝐲, dozens of reporters were waiting to cover the sports festival, including the same female reporter from a previous incident. She expressed her annoyance at the long security line, while her cameraman explained that the school was being stricter this year due to a recent villain incident. The reporter saw an opportunity for ratings, excitedly mentioning that everyone would tune in to see Class 1E. Inside the school campus, multiple concession stands offered snacks and items like plastic masks of pro heroes. Various students commented on the anticipation for the third years and the powerful first years, with excitement building around the presence of Endeavor's daughter among the first-year students. A pro heroine in a striking bodysuit approached a concession stand to place her order. The concession worker was taken aback by her presence, and she playfully requested her food while pretending to be pouty about not having money. The worker, flustered, offered her the food for free, which drew disapproval from her companions. They discussed their disappointment at being assigned to security instead of scouting. In the waiting room, Class 1A prepared for the start of the sports festival. Mina expressed her disappointment at not being able to wear her costume, while myheroacademia pointed out that everyone would be in uniforms, keeping things fair. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wondered what challenges awaited them in the first round, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 emphasized the need to persevere. Just then, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 entered, urging everyone to get their game faces on as they were about to enter the arena. 𝗧/N and 𝗧𝗂𝗧 stood in the center of the room, closing their eyes and taking a deep breath. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗪 approached them, stating that she believed she was stronger than they were. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 responded nervously, while 𝗬𝗪 acknowledged that 𝗧/N had more to his quirk than he revealed. She assured them she wasn't there to pry, leaving the conversation open-ended as they prepared for the challenges ahead. But she was determined to win. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 gasped slightly, feeling a twinge of fear. Denki, with a nervous smile, commented on the recent declarations of war among them, while Ijiro stood up and approached the group. He questioned why she was suddenly picking a fight, especially right before they were about to start, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. She shrugged it off, reminding him that this wasn't a team effort. As she walked away, 𝗧𝗂𝗧 called out to her, prompting 𝗬𝗪 to pause and look back. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 expressed uncertainty about her intentions and acknowledged 𝗬𝗪's superior abilities, admitting that she had more potential than anyone in the hero course, which was why she had gotten in so easily. Ijiro chimed in, suggesting that 𝗧𝗂𝗧 might be too hard on herself and the others. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 countered, emphasizing that all the other courses were coming for them with everything they had, and they would all need to fight to stand out. She looked at 𝗬𝗪 with determination, stating that she would also aim for the top. 𝗬𝗪 acknowledged her coldly, while Katsuki observed them with an angry expression, quietly growling. In the stadium, a giant screen lit up to reveal Present Mike, who greeted the audience with enthusiasm, urging them to make some noise. He promised the crowd the hottest performances in sports festival history and asked if they were ready as the students made their way to the main stage. In a nearby household, someone anxiously watched the festival unfold on TV, urging 𝗧/N to do their best. Back at the stadium, a special row of seats held 𝐸𝐲 staff eagerly awaiting the festival start. Class 1A walked out, with 𝗧/N among the front. Determined, 𝗧/N thought about giving their best performance. Present Mike announced Class 1A, highlighting their resilience during a villain attack. As 𝗧𝗂𝗧 walked nervously, she asked 𝗧/N how he was doing, noticing his body flickering in and out of camouflage due to his nervousness. 𝗧/N responded with a straight face, assuring her he was still breathing. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 expressed hope that they could perform well despite the audience's watchful eyes, acknowledging it as part of being a hero. Ijiro noted how much Present Mike had hyped them up, making him feel nervous. Katsuki, walking ahead, confidently stated that it only fueled his longing to win. Present Mike introduced Class 1B, followed by the General Studies classes and support classes, each group receiving cheers from the audience. As the students made their way to the stage, a male student from General Studies expressed annoyance at feeling like they were there just to make the hero students look better, while his female classmate shared his sentiment. On stage, Midnight raised her WHP and announced the introductory speech, causing male heroes in the audience to blush. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 suggested someone should talk to Midnight about her outfit, with Denki agreeing that it seemed inappropriate. 𝗵𝗃 questioned if such attire was suitable for a high school event. Midnight commanded silence and announced that 𝐬/N would deliver the student pledge. 𝐬/N's eyes widened in shock as he walked toward the stage, his classmates watching him with concern. Izuku expressed surprise that he was the first-year representative, while Hanta explained that 𝐬/N had excelled in the entrance tests. A female student from General Studies remarked that his achievement was only for the hero course exams, prompting Izuku to acknowledge the point. Hanta whispered that the girl obviously disliked them, while Denki noted that Katsuki was to blame for their unpopularity. Katsuki boldly declared that it wasn't his fault if the others were merely stepping stones to his victory. As 𝐬/N climbed the steps to the stage, he encouraged himself, ready to face the challenge ahead. He thought to himself, encouraging his nerves as he stood up and approached the microphone stand on stage. Looking out at the audience, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. He welcomed everyone to the first-year sports festival, wishing his peers the best of luck and encouraging them to go beyond, proclaiming, "Plus Ultra." The audience erupted in cheers, and his classmates sighed in relief. With a smile, he turned and walked off the stage, returning to his friends. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 approached him, beaming with pride. He praised him for the speech, and 𝐬/N let out a deep exhale, slouching slightly. He expressed his exhaustion, declaring he never wanted to do that again. Momo then came over, gently patting his back and comforting him by saying that everyone seemed to enjoy his words. Midnight took the stage again, her enthusiasm palpable as she announced it was time to begin. She remarked that this was where the real challenge started, introducing the first game of the festival. A large holographic screen appeared behind her, spinning rapidly to reveal their first challenge, an obstacle race. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would participate in this demanding contest, with a track stretching 4 kilometers around the stadium. She playfully mentioned that as long as they stayed on course, they were free to pursue their desires. As the students made their way toward the large doorway leading outside, 𝐬/N took a moment to prepare himself. He reminded himself that this was only the first game, and they wouldn't eliminate everyone right away. He needed to stay within a certain range to ensure he could continue to the next game. A flashback crossed his mind, recalling a promise made at his family's grave. With determination, he resolved to do his best. To his left stood a girl with long green hair adorned with thorn-covered vines. When she turned to look at him, he flinched slightly in surprise but managed to wave. He complimented her hair, and she smiled, returning the compliment about his speech. They introduced themselves, 𝐬/N L/N and 𝐼𝐵, sharing a brief moment of connection before focusing on the race ahead. As the countdown began, the lights above the doorway turned off one by one, signaling the start. Midnight shouted for them to begin, and the students rushed through the doorway. Present Mike enthusiastically commented on the race, turning to Shota for color commentary, who expressed his annoyance at being roped into it. As the students surged forward, chaos ensued in the doorway, with many voices rising in frustration as they struggled to push through the narrow entrance. 𝐬/N, positioned at the back, quickly jumped high into the air and ran along the wall of the doorway, realizing they were being tested on their ability to navigate the situation. Shoto, using her quirk, covered the ground and walls with ice, freezing several students in place. Apologizing calmly, she took the lead while others struggled to free themselves. Meanwhile, 𝐬/N, Izuku, Katsuki, Yuga, Momo, and 𝐼𝐺𝐻 managed to avoid her ice. Katsuki propelled himself forward with explosions, while Yuga used his naval laser. Momo created a metal pole to push herself ahead, and 𝗧/N and 𝐒𝐫𝑢𝐫 jumped over the ice, with 𝗧𝗂𝐵 activating her quirk to assist. 𝐒𝐫𝑢𝐫 called out that he was coming, and Momo sarcastically complimented Shoto's trick. Katsuki glared at Shoto, vowing not to let her get away easily. 𝗧/N landed on the ice, maintaining his balance thanks to his quirk, while 𝗧𝗂 slipped but was quickly helped by 𝗧/N, who grabbed her uniform to steady her and encouraged her to keep running. He praised her with a smile, making her blush. Myheroacademia slammed his tail into the ground, propelling himself into the air just before the ice reached him. He confidently told Shoto that she had frozen him in place once before, but it wouldn't happen again. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 used his quirk, Dark Shadow, to help him float over everything. Mina jumped up and released acid from the holes in the bottom of her shoes to skate over the ice, exclaiming to herself that it was a close call. Some of the others, including Achiko, cautiously walked over the ice, careful not to slip. She thought to herself that she needed to wait for the right moment to show off her quirk. The boy with indigo-colored hair managed to get past the ice, somehow getting 3 other boys to carry him. He mused to himself about their proficiency with their powers. Shoto glanced back at the others as she continued running, surprised by how many had dodged the ice, especially those from other classes. 𝗧/N and 𝗧𝗂 ran together, and 𝗧/N smiled as an idea formed. He extended his left arm and began spraying non-sticky webs from his spinnerets all over the ground, covering the ice. They both ran over the webs, and 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened in surprise as she realized the ice was no longer slippery. She started running on her own while 𝗧/N used his right arm to continue spraying the webs. Other students soon reached the webs and joined in the running. A random male student expressed his surprise at the webs, while Toru, now running on them, thanked 𝗧/N, who smiled in response. Suddenly, 𝗧/N bent backward just in time to avoid a large green metal arm that attempted to punch him. 𝗧𝗂 stopped and turned to him, concerned for his well-being. 𝗧/N confirmed he was okay, and they both looked to see it was a 1-point villain from the practical test of the entrance exam, causing 𝗧𝗂 to gasp in surprise. The 1-point villain declared it had acquired targets and intended to terminate them. 𝗧𝗂 recognized the robots from the entrance exam, and behind the first robot were more robot villains, all waiting for the students. Present Mike excitedly announced the unexpected appearance of enemies, hinting at a test of strength and cunning. Shoto halted as she faced 3 0-point villains blocking her path. Present Mike identified one as a Robo Inferno, and the rest of the students stared in shock at the robots. Denki questioned if those were the 0-point villains from the practical test, while another student echoed his disbelief. Shoto reflected on the challenges the other students faced during their entrance exams. Momo wondered where the school obtained the funding for such robots. One of the 0-point villains advanced, opening its right hand. Shoto planted her foot on the ground, freezing a small area around it. She noted that while the villains had gone through a lot of trouble, she wished for something a bit more challenging. Raising her right hand, which emitted cold air, she placed it on the ground, expanding the frozen area and creating giant shards of ice. She coldly remarked that her father was watching before swinging her arm upward, sending a wave of cold air that encased the robot in ice, rendering it immobile. Shoto exhaled cold air as she stared at the now deactivated robot, then ran between its legs, continuing the race. Other students expressed their amazement at her feat, realizing they could pass through the gap. Shoto warned them to be careful, explaining that she had frozen the robots while they were off balance. The 0-point villain began to topple forward, breaking apart, which Shoto revealed was intentional as she continued running without looking back. Present Mike enthusiastically commented on Shoto's impressive display, noting her early lead and skillful moves. He turned to Shoto for his thoughts, who remarked that her attack was both offensive and defensive. Present Mike noted that it was no surprise she had been accepted through recommendations, praising her performance against the Robo Infernos. Multiple robot villains advanced toward the students, prompting 𝗧/N and 𝗧𝗂 to exchange determined glances before getting into fighting stances. 𝗧/N thought confidently that they were ready for this challenge. A random male student shouted in concern about someone trapped under the robot that Shoto had destroyed, questioning if they should help. Another student panicked, fearing for their safety as cracks appeared on the fallen one-pointer. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 broke through from inside the robot, declaring he was alive, having activated his quirk to survive being crushed. Present Mike excitedly announced 𝐒𝐻𝐸's debut, while 𝐒𝐻𝐸 expressed disbelief at Shoto's actions, feeling that anyone else would have been killed. He turned to his left, noticing more cracks appearing in the robot. A gray-haired boy emerged, his body transformed into metal except for his clothing, angrily vowing to confront Shoto. Present Mike noted the coincidence of 𝗧𝗧 also being trapped beneath the robot. 𝗧𝗧 echoed 𝐒𝐻𝐸's sentiment, frustrated that anyone else would have met a dire fate. As both he and 𝐒𝐻𝐸 ran up the robot, 𝐒𝐻𝐸 lamented that their quirks were too similar, questioning how he could stand out. 𝗧𝗧 accused 𝐒𝐻𝐸 of being a copycat, while Denki remarked on their luck. They didn't have to worry about being crushed. He complained in jealousy. Ahead of him, a boy with black braided hair suddenly extended his left arm to the side and looked back at him. The braided-haired boy suggested they could team up for now before pulling his arm back and looking forward. Green scales quickly grew out and covered his entire arm. He declared they should carve a path, clenching his fist. Suddenly, an explosion went off behind him and a group of other students. It was Katsuki, who had used his quirk to propel himself into the air and toward a zero-pointer. Denki questioned in surprise, recognizing Bakugo. Katsuki thought to himself that he wouldn't let Todoroki beat him as he continued blasting himself toward the robot while dodging its punches. He then used his quirk to soar over the robot, passing it. Present Mike commented on Class 1A's Bakugo rocketing over the obstacles, calling it clever. Katsuki landed on the backside of the robot. Hanta expressed his surprise, noting he expected Katsuki to blast his way through the robots. He used his tape to pull himself up and follow Katsuki over the robot. To Hanta's right, 𝗵𝗃𝐻 was using his dark shadow to do the same. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 stated he would hitch a ride on his shadow as the three of them continued forward. He ordered them to land, and Dark Shadow complied. The four of them finally made it over the zero-pointer and landed on the ground, causing the audience to cheer with excitement. The rest of Class 1A began to fight their way through the smaller robots. Tenya quickly ran forward, jumping up and hitting a one-pointer with his right foot, causing it to fall backward before he leaped off of it and into the air. Kyoka ran forward, stabbing her earphone jacks into two one-pointers ahead of her and channeling her heartbeat through them. After her attack, she ran past them as they both fell forward, defeated. Denki dashed toward a one-pointer, jumping into the air as it threw a punch with its right arm before grabbing onto it and delivering an electric shock. Achiko was running forward, putting all of her fingertips together and declaring a release, causing three one-pointers to fall from the sky and crash into the ground. Mashireo jumped into the air, spinning multiple times before using his tail to smash a one-pointer. Suddenly, a zero-pointer was struck by something unseen at the front of its head, causing it to fall backward, and the same began to happen to the other zero-pointers nearby. The other students gasped in surprise at the sudden fall of the giant robots. A random male student expressed his astonishment at what had happened. 𝗧𝗏 suddenly appeared on one of the fallen robots with his back turned to them. Izuku looked at him in surprise before glancing to her left at the now empty spot where he had previously stood. She thought to herself that she hadn't even noticed him leave. He had camouflaged himself and struck with enough force to knock them off balance. 𝗧𝗏 observed the fallen zero-pointers and mused to himself that if actual spiders could do something similar, there would likely be many more people with arachnophobia. He then looked back at his peers, wishing them good luck before jumping off the robot and running forward. Rikido yelled that the path was clear as he and the others quickly followed after 𝗧𝗏, but due to 𝗧𝗏's enhanced speed, he quickly put distance between himself and the others. 𝗧𝗏 glanced back at them, feeling a twinge of sadness for not sticking with the group. He thought about wanting to give it his all and then sped up, approaching the next obstacle. Present Mike announced that for those who thought the first obstacle was easy, they would see how they felt about the second one as he stood up from his chair. As 𝗧𝗏 ran, he looked at the obstacle ahead of him and saw an enormous pit with dozens of large pillars connected by tight ropes. Present Mike explained that if they fell, they would be out, and to pass the test, they would have to get creative. It was called the fall. 𝗧𝗏 didn't hesitate. He kept running, and as he approached the obstacle, he jumped high into the air, landing on a pillar with his hands and using them to push himself back into the air, continuing forward toward another pillar. Present Mike remarked on the difficulty of gaining popularity without a flashy quirk, turning to 𝗧𝗪 for confirmation. 𝗧𝗪 replied in an annoyed tone that he didn't know what Present Mike was talking about. 𝗧/N continued through the second obstacle, making quick progress. He landed on a pillar and saw that 𝗧𝗪 and Katsuki were not too far ahead of him, both halfway through the obstacle. 𝗧𝗪 was in first place, using her ice to skate across the tight ropes, while Katsuki was behind her, using his explosions to propel himself forward. 𝗧/N thought he needed to move and jumped high into the air, diving down into the pit. He quickly looked up, aimed his right arm upward, and shot a web line from the bottom of his wrist at the top of a pillar ahead of him. Grabbing onto the line with both hands, he swung forward with great speed. He cheered in excitement as he swung between the pillars, building up momentum. The web line brought him upward, and he kicked off, launching himself high into the air and passing 𝗧𝗪 and Katsuki, who looked at him in surprise. Present Mike excitedly announced that 𝗧/N 𝐿/N from Class 1A had taken the lead, causing the audience to cheer and surprising 𝗧/N's classmates. Izuku thought in disbelief that he couldn't believe he had taken the lead so quickly. 𝗧/N glided the rest of the way before finally reaching the other end of the obstacle. He landed on the ground and ran forward toward a long set of light red stairs leading upwards. As he ran, 𝗧/N jumped high into the air, landing at the top of the stairs before continuing his run. Present Mike commented that 𝗧/N had made it past the second obstacle and was putting distance between himself and the students stuck in the fall. He noted that it hadn't been announced how many competitors would make it through to the next round, so there was no time to relax. In the 𝗧/N household, someone anxiously urged 𝗧/N on as they continued watching the sports festival on TV. Back at the sports festival, 𝗧/N continued running and saw the third obstacle ahead. Present Mike announced that they were finally approaching the last obstacle, advising everyone to tread carefully. 𝗧/N was stepping onto a minefield, and Present Mike commented on the situation. As 𝗧/N continued running, Present Mike smirked slightly, warning everyone to keep an eye out for the hidden explosives. He expressed concern when 𝗧/N carelessly ran into the minefield without looking at the ground. 𝗧𝗪 explained that 𝗧/N's quirk enhanced his senses, allowing him to detect the mines without relying solely on his eyes. 𝗧/N was halfway through when his spider sense alerted him to something different. He looked back to see 𝗧𝗪 using her quirk to create a path of ice, allowing her to run safely, while Katsuki propelled himself forward, both moving quickly. 𝗧/N thought that at least they were ignoring each other for now. Other students began to arrive at the third obstacle when Katsuki yelled in frustration, glaring at 𝗧/N and blasting forward with determination. He aimed his right hand at 𝗧/N, sparks flying from it as he warned him not to underestimate him. 𝗧/N quickly jumped into the air, performing a backflip over Katsuki and dodging the attack before landing on his back. Katsuki was taken aback, looking back to see 𝗧/N waving at him before 𝗧/N shot webs over Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki yelled in surprise, trying to rip them off as 𝗧/N jumped off and continued running. Katsuki crashed into the ground, triggering a mine, and 𝗧/N couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, 𝗧/N's spider sense went off again, prompting him to spin to his right and dodge 𝗧𝗪's icy attack. 𝗧𝗪 turned her head to see 𝗧/N before he shot a web at her legs, causing her to trip as he ran past. 𝗧/N apologized as he continued forward, determined to avoid any more surprises. Just then, a massive explosion erupted at the starting point of the minefield, startling everyone. Present Mike expressed concern over the unexpected power of the explosion. 𝗧/N stopped to look back, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw Izuku flying through the air, holding a large piece of a robot. She zoomed past the other students, even Katsuki and 𝗧𝗪. Present Mike announced that Izuku was in hot pursuit of first place as she began to fall. 𝗧/N thought she was going to crash, but then she flipped forward and slammed the piece of the robot into the ground, triggering some mines that propelled her forward. She activated her quirk and started running, and 𝗧𝗏 smiled in admiration as he positioned himself alongside her. Izuku turned to see him smiling, and 𝗧𝗏 excitedly complimented her daring move, making her blush. She thanked him nervously as they both continued running. 𝗧𝗏 playfully warned her not to expect him to let her win just because they were friends, and Izuku responded with a smile of her own. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗏 took off, running faster and taking the lead. Izuku was surprised by his sudden burst of speed but quickly narrowed her eyes and chased after him. She called out to him, but he joked that he couldn't hear her from back there. As he neared the stadium, Izuku gritted her teeth but then smiled, realizing 𝗧𝗏's strength. Present Mike praised the students' performance, asking 𝗧𝗪 what he was teaching them. 𝗧𝗪 replied that their success stemmed from their own drive. Present Mike humorously claimed that 𝗧𝗪 was a terrible teacher, which made 𝗧𝗏 laugh as he ran into the stadium. As 𝗧𝗏 entered with a smile, Present Mike announced him as the champion, and the audience erupted in cheers. In the 𝐿/N household, a family member cheered proudly for 𝗧𝗏, celebrating his victory. Outside the stadium, heroes 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Woods, Death Arms, and mt. Lady watched the broadcast, with mt. Lady commenting on 𝗧𝗏's looks, prompting disapproving glances from the others. In a dark room, Tomura watched the sports festival, his anger rising as he saw 𝗧𝗏's picture. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 took in the cheers from the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions. He turned to see Izuku running into the stadium, breathing as she caught her breath. 𝗧𝗏 approached her, apologizing for leaving her behind and extending his hand for a handshake. Izuku smiled and accepted, assuring him there were no hard feelings. To be honest, 𝗧𝗏 thought they wouldn't have done so well without her help. She smiled, and 𝗧𝗏 chuckled before giving her a reassuring pat on the back. 𝗧𝗏 expressed excitement about her progress, noting that it was only 2 weeks of training and imagining what she would be capable of in a year. He felt this was the start of her appealing journey, full of challenges and triumphs. They both shared a laugh, feeling the camaraderie of their shared experience. 𝗧𝗪 then dashed into the stadium, soon followed by Katsuki, both breathing from exhaustion. Katsuki bent forward, placing his hands on his knees and feeling frustrated that he wasn't even in the top 3. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗪, hands on her hips, glanced over at 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku, who were still engaged in conversation. She turned away, walking off to gather her thoughts. Achiko approached them, breathless from the race, and praised their performance, expressing her jealousy at their achievement. 𝗧𝗏 thanked her, and she let out a sigh, still in disbelief that they had finished first. Izuku, feeling modest, brushed off the compliment with a nervous smile. As the rest of the students returned to the stadium, Midnight announced the end of the first game for the first years, highlighting the excitement of the event. She then shared the standings, revealing the top competitors, with 𝗧𝗏, Izuku, and 𝗧𝗪 leading the pack. The anticipation in the air was palpable as Midnight encouraged the students, promising more opportunities for those who didn't make the cut. With a playful smirk, she announced that the real fun was about to begin, urging everyone to give their best. The hologram behind her began to select the next game, heightening the suspense. Midnight prepared them for the upcoming challenge, revealing that the next event would be a cavalry battle. Denki expressed his concern about the event, while Tsuyu pondered how the teams would be organized. Midnight explained the rules, noting that participants would form teams of 2 to 4 people, and each player would have a point value based on their performance in the previous obstacle course. The students quickly grasped the point-based system, realizing that their team's total would depend on the combined values of its members. As Midnight revealed that the first-place contestant would be worth 10 million points, a hush fell over the crowd. 𝗧𝗏 felt the weight of their gazes, realizing they were all targeting him, like predators eyeing their prey. Midnight smirked, emphasizing the competitive nature of the game, where the underdogs had a chance to rise against the top contenders. As the rules were laid out, 𝗧𝗏 felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Midnight explained that the game would last 15 minutes, and individual point values would be added to determine the team total. The stakes were high, and everyone would know how much each participant was worth, thanks to their headbands. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they prepared for the challenge ahead. She informed them as the hologram displayed All Might wearing a white headband with the number 50 in red. Midnight explained that they needed to swipe as many headbands as possible to raise their team's score. Nito and his classmate, 𝗬𝗓, exchanged glances, while Hitoshi smirked at the announcement. Midnight continued, stating that stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. The hologram then illustrated that the headbands were made with Velcro, showing All Might with additional headbands wrapped around his neck until everything below his eyes was covered. Midnight added that the more headbands they stole, the harder it would be to manage them. She also mentioned that even if a headband was stolen or a team fell, they could continue playing until time was up, smiling as she raised her WHP. Momo commented that it was anyone's game, resting her chin on her hand. Rikido noted that with 42 contestants, there would be 10 or 12 teams battling on the field at all times. Yuga remarked that it sounded difficult. Mina pondered that losing a headband at the beginning might give them more time to devise a plan, glancing at Tsuyu. Tsuyu cautioned that they should wait to see how the teams formed before strategizing, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Midnight warned that the competition would be tough, allowing the use of quirks but emphasizing the rules against making a team fall on purpose, which would result in disqualification. Katsuki scoffed in annoyance at this. The hologram changed to display a 15-minute timer, and Midnight advised them to start building their teams. 𝗧𝗏 thought that it wouldn't matter how many points his teammates had since he had plenty. He figured it would be best for him to be the rider due to his enhanced senses and reflexes, but he needed to find a team he could work well with. The only issue was that he was still camouflaged. He observed everyone quickly forming teams with their classmates and realized that everyone was sticking to their homeroom peers. It was too risky to partner with someone without knowing their quirk. He clenched his fists, scolding himself to snap out of it and take a deep breath. Slowly he deactivated his camouflage, revealing himself to his peers, determined to at least try. Suddenly he heard running from his left. Izuku called out to him, and 𝗧𝗏 turned to see Izuku and Achiko standing beside each other, both smiling. They suggested enthusiastically that he team up with them, which surprised 𝗧𝗏. He thought that it was easier than he expected before composing himself. He warned them that everyone would be after him for his points, but Achiko stepped forward, assuring him that it was better to team up with people they liked. 𝗧𝗏 was taken aback for a moment but then smiled in relief, thanking them for wanting to team up with him. Izuku mentioned they had been looking for him for a while without luck, and 𝗧𝗏 nodded, explaining that he panicked after everyone stared at him like they wanted to tear him apart. Changing the subject, he noted that they almost had a full team, needing just one more person. Suddenly, they heard a giggle, and a girl who had come in 41st place in the obstacle race appeared. 𝗵𝗃 had salmon-pink dreadlocks and wore red and gold steampunk-themed goggles, a large utility belt, and oversized white mechanical boots that allowed her to hover slightly above the ground. She enthusiastically declared that they should team up with her, moving right in front of 𝗧𝗏's face, making him flinch. When he nervously asked who she was, she stepped back, chuckling as she introduced herself as a student in the support course. She raised her goggles to reveal her yellow irises with crosshair-like markings and introduced herself with enthusiasm. Achiko recognized her as the girl from the obstacle course, and May bluntly stated that she wanted to use 𝗧𝗏's fame to her advantage. 𝗧𝗏 was surprised by her straightforwardness as she got closer, explaining that teaming up with him would put her in the spotlight, which would attract attention from big company CEOs watching the sports festival. She continued to express her excitement about being part of a team that everyone would be watching, mentioning her gadgets and how they could help heroes enhance their skills. As she set down a large case and opened it to reveal various gadgets, she confidently stated that she had packed a ton of powerful equipment. 𝗧𝗏 looked at the gadgets curiously and noticed one in particular. May, noticing his interest, held up a jetpack she had designed, claiming it was inspired by a certain hero's backpack but with her own twist. 𝗏𝗏, the Buster hero, had one of those. 𝗧/N exclaimed excitedly, making May laugh. 𝗧/N expressed his admiration for the hero as he placed his hands on the jetpack. May smiled and agreed, asking if he thought 𝐎𝐽𝑒𝑗et was awesome. 𝗧/N nodded, sharing that he had once gone on a tour of the hero's agency. Izuku and Achiko observed the two, thinking how well they got along. As 𝗧/N and May wrapped up their conversation, they walked back to join Izuku and Achiko. May complimented 𝗧/N on his tech knowledge and suggested they hang out after everything was over. 𝗧/N agreed enthusiastically. They then joined their teammates, and 𝗧/N apologized for the delay. Izuku and Achiko reassured him it was fine. 𝗧/N gathered everyone, stating they needed a strategy now that they had formed their team. He suggested that with his enhanced senses and reflexes, he would make a good rider, which Izuku confirmed. Achiko chimed in, mentioning 𝗧/N's unique ability, which he clarified was his spider sense. They all laughed, and 𝗧/N continued to outline their roles. He suggested Izuku lead the way due to his strength, while May could use her gadgets to enhance their mobility. May eagerly agreed, and 𝗧/N turned to Achiko, asking her to use her quirk to make them lighter. She nodded in affirmation. With everyone on board, 𝗧/N felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, an alarm went off, signaling that their time for strategizing was up. Midnight stretched her arm and announced that it was time to start the event, which prompted cheers from the audience. Present Mike excitedly woke Shota, who observed the student combinations forming for the competition. As the teams prepared, 𝗧/N positioned himself on top of his team, with Izuku in front, Achiko on the left, and May on the right. He wore May's jetpack and a headband that displayed their team point value. He checked in with Achiko, who confidently affirmed she was ready. May laughed and nodded, while Izuku also expressed his readiness. With determination, 𝗧/N rallied his team for maximum effort. Present Mike encouraged the first years, building anticipation for the battle. As the countdown began, Katsuki and Shoto, each with their own teams, prepared for the clash, eyeing 𝗧/N's team. 𝗧/N silently hoped for a smooth start. When the signal was given, all teams rushed forward. Tetsu shouted about the competition for 10 million points as his team charged. 𝗧/N noted their eagerness with mild surprise. As the teams approached, 𝗧/N quickly devised a plan. He decided they would run away. Tetsu and 𝗔𝗂 attempted to block their escape, with 𝗔𝗂 activating his quirk to turn the ground into liquid. In a split second, 𝗧/N pulled out a small device and warned his teammates to watch their faces before activating the jetpack. They soared into the sky just before the liquid reached them, flying over Tetsu's team. Tetsu, surprised, ordered his team to pursue. Toru instructed Kyoka to act, and Kyoka shot her earphone jacks toward 𝗧/N. However, he swiftly dodged and shot a web to entangle her jacks, causing her frustration as she pulled them back. 𝗧/N apologized as they flew away, and Kyoka couldn't help but smile at his sincerity. Izuku admired 𝗧/N's spider sense, and 𝗧/N appreciated the compliment. As they descended, Achiko used her hover saws to slow their landing. 𝗧/N admired her quirk, noting how she floated everything but herself and the equipment. Once safely on the ground, they began to run. May turned to 𝗧/N, asking for his opinion on her gadgets, which she affectionately referred to as her babies. 𝗧/N praised their great mobility. "Your babies are amazing, 𝗧𝗵𝗲." He complimented her with a smile. May blushed and thanked him. Achiko stared at May, feeling a bit left out as she quietly thought to herself that she was the one making them float. 𝗧/N suddenly acknowledged her, surprising her with a smile, and she looked up at him. She thanked him shyly, turning away to hide her blush. 𝗧/N then turned to Midoriya and complimented her as well. Izuku thanked him, also blushing. Meanwhile, Toru and her team continued to chase 𝗧/N's team. Toru shouted that they weren't far behind and urged Jiro to go full speed ahead. Rikido noticed something and informed Toru that her headband was missing, causing her to panic. Nearby, Nito and his team were running, twirling Toru's headband around his finger with a smirk, claiming it was easy. Present Mike excitedly commented on the chaos of the battle, noting how quickly it had turned into a free-for-all. He encouraged the students to watch their headbands and reminded them that they could ignore the points to target the top contenders. 𝗧𝗏 scanned the area and spotted 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and his team, along with 𝗵𝗲, who was seemingly alone. 𝗧𝗏 thought about how Shoji needed at least 2 people to form a team and noticed 𝗵𝗲's unusual arm formation. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃𝐻's dark shadow shot out from between 𝗵𝗲's arms, attempting to grab 𝗧𝗏's headband. 𝗧𝗏 dodged just in time, and Dark Shadow retreated back to 𝗵𝗃𝐻, who was now visible and wearing a headband. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 greeted 𝗧𝗏, who questioned if that was allowed. Midnight confirmed it was, pointing her WHP forward. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 then disappeared into the shadows, and a long tongue shot out at 𝗧𝗏. He ducked just in time, causing it to miss and hit 𝗧𝗏𝗧 instead. Tsuyu then emerged, complimenting 𝗧𝗏 on his impressive dodging skills. 𝗧𝗏 was surprised to see Tsuyu was also part of the team. Tsuyu apologized before disappearing into the shadows again, and both she and 𝗵𝗃𝐻 unleashed their quirks at him. 𝗧𝗏 widened his eyes and began to evade their combined attacks. Present Mike commented on Team Tokoyami's clever strategy, noting how well they utilized their compact team. Izuku urged 𝗧𝗏 to get out of there, and he warned Mei and Achiko to watch their faces before activating his jetpack and launching into the sky. Just then, an explosion caught 𝗧𝗏's attention, and he saw Katsuki in the air, heading straight for him. Izuku called out to Katsuki, who released another explosion from his palms, propelling himself toward 𝗧𝗏. Katsuki yelled angrily, claiming he wouldn't let 𝗧𝗏 feel safe. 𝗧𝗏 quickly turned and shot a web from his mouth, hitting Katsuki in the face and temporarily blinding him. The audience cheered as Katsuki struggled to remove the webs and began to fall. Present Mike excitedly commented on the situation, while Hanta quickly shot a line of tape to Katsuki, pulling him back to safety. 𝗧𝗏's team landed back on the ground and continued running. Achiko looked at 𝗧𝗏 in surprise, asking if he could shoot webs from his mouth. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged it was a bit freaky. Suddenly his spider sense went off again, and he warned Achiko and Mei to move. They dodged just in time as a small explosion erupted from the jetpack, sending pieces flying. Mei lamented the damage to her jetpack, and 𝗧𝗏 apologized. Izuku asked if 𝗧𝗏 was all right, and he reassured her that he was fine. 𝗧𝗏 assessed the situation, realizing the jetpack was damaged and they couldn't risk flying again. They would have to rely on their abilities and teamwork. He turned to Izuku, informing her they might need to use her quirk soon. She nodded in agreement. Dozens of cameramen captured the action of the cavalry battle, and the audience was buzzing with excitement. Present Mike announced it was time to check each team's points, and the giant screens displayed the rankings. The audience fell silent, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Present Mike noted that aside from 𝗧𝗏's team, Class 1A wasn't doing well. Suddenly, Nito's team stole Katsuki's headband, and he yelled in frustration. Nito smirked, explaining their strategy to stay within the top ranks while observing their rivals' quirks. Katsuki, confused, listened as Nito elaborated on their plan to ensure they remained in the competition. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds, wouldn't one agree? Nito explained. Katsuki questioned whether this was a class plan. Nito acknowledged that it wasn't entirely unanimous but felt it was playing out well. Sin informed Nito of the incoming teams. Nito commented that it was better than chasing after a temporary frontrunner like a horse with a carrot in front of it, which made Katsuki scowl. Nito then remarked that Katsuki was somewhat famous for being attacked by that sludge villain and suggested that he would love to hear about it sometime, mocking him and increasing Katsuki's rage. Katsuki informed Kirishima that they had a change of plans, his voice filled with anger. Ijiro looked back at him, gasping in fear. Nito turned to see Katsuki surrounded by a large red aura while his team appeared fearful. Katsuki commanded that before they took down Deku and Webhead, they would eliminate every last one of the B-list competitors, which made Nito smirk in response. 𝗧/𝗵 overheard their conversation and thought to himself that he wasn't the only one with that idea. He acknowledged that Katsuki had a point. Winning the preliminary rounds could put a bigger target on their backs. His strategy might leave a stronger impression on the audience, as everyone loves an underdog. However, if they were playing the long game, they might not even bother coming after his headband, but that didn't mean they were safe. Suddenly, another team intercepted them, halting their progress. It was Shoto and her team. Momo and Denki were wearing roller skates that Momo had created to keep up with Tenya's speed, while Denki had his arms wrapped in insulated fabric to avoid accidentally shocking his teammates. 𝗵𝗃 announced that they had reached the halfway point of the game. 𝗧/𝗵's and Shoto's teams remained still, staring at each other. 𝗧/𝗵 thought to himself that his assumption was correct. 𝗵𝗃 continued, stating that as the cavalry battle entered its second half, it was anyone's game. Class 1B had made an unexpected showing, but who would ultimately claim the 10 million points? That was the real question. Shoto declared that she would be taking 𝗧/𝗵's headband. 𝗧/𝗵's and Shoto's teams faced each other, unmoving. Achiko commented that Shoto seemed to have it out for them. 𝗧/𝗵 agreed, keeping his eyes on Shoto and her team. Izuku reminded her team that the game was only halfway over and they couldn't stop now. Shoto ordered Ida to move forward, and he complied, activating his quirk and running towards them. Shoto instructed Yaoyorozu to be ready to protect them, and Momo confirmed she was on it, creating objects from her right arm and stomach. Shoto then called out to Kaminari, who responded with a smirk, indicating he knew what to do. As they advanced towards 𝗧/𝗵 and his team, 𝗧/𝗵 warned them to watch their surroundings, recognizing that it wasn't just Todoroki they had to worry about, everyone was after them. His spider sense tingled as he noticed Denki charging up his quirk. Denki expressed hope that Momo had made something strong. Shoto grabbed the insulated blanket Momo had created and shielded herself, Momo, and Tenya from Denki's electricity. Momo created a staff made of rock from her right arm. Denki unleashed his electricity with a powerful declaration. 𝗧/𝗵 quickly used his spinnerets to create a large web that protected them from the electricity, surprising his teammates. Izuku was amazed by how the web was shielding them. 𝗧/𝗵 explained that they were insulated webs. Mei expressed her admiration. Meanwhile, other nearby teams were being shocked and reacting in distress. After Denki's attack, Shoto dropped the blanket and moved forward with her team, announcing that it was time to make a move. She grabbed the staff and froze it, causing ice to spread across the ground and trap the other teams in place. Shoto apologized to the trapped teams. 𝗵𝗃 commented on Shoto's impressive strategy, noting how she had stopped all those teams in their tracks. Shoto remarked that she had adapted her strategy after seeing how many had avoided her earlier attack. 𝗵𝗃 praised him for his commentary. Shoto then stole a headband from Itsuka, who gasped in surprise. Shoto declared that she might as well take more and ran off with 2 headbands. Itsuka looked down in shock before glaring at Shoto, demanding her headband back. Hiryu noticed his headband was also taken. Shoto created a wall of ice between them and her team, focusing their attention on 𝗧/𝗵's team as they approached. Achiko expressed concern that they were too fast to escape. 𝗧/𝗵 quickly shot out multiple webs at Shoto, but she called out to Yaoyorozu, who created a large shield to block the webs. Izuku warned that they needed to be careful of Momo's creation quirk. Suddenly, they reached the end of the arena, with all other sides blocked by Shoto's ice. 𝗵𝗃 announced that Team 𝐿/𝗵 had nowhere left to run. 𝗧/𝗵 gazed at Shoto's left side and formulated a plan, determined to hold onto the 10 million points no matter what. The audience cheered as 𝗵𝗃 announced that only 1 minute remained. He noted that Todoroki had cornered the 10 million point team and was poised to seize the ultimate prize. However, he also remarked that Team 𝐿/𝗵 had managed to evade the ice MSTR for the last half of the game. Shoto's team advanced, but 𝗧/𝗵's team moved to her left. 𝗧/𝗵 warned her to stay back. Shoto gritted her teeth, realizing that 𝗧/𝗵 was keeping his distance on her left side as part of his strategy. She thought that if she tried to freeze them from this position, she would hit Ida. If he kept moving like this, she wouldn't have a clear shot at his team. Denki, exhausted from using his quirk, was still determined. Shoto felt the pressure of time slipping away, frustrated by 𝗧𝗏𝗏's defenses against Kaminari's electricity. Tenya announced that they had less than 60 seconds left and that he would do something that would make him useless to the others. But it was worth it. He informed his teammates, causing them to look at him curiously. Shoto asked what he was going to do. Tenya then took a running stance and told her to make sure to get that headband as he began to charge his quirk. He warned them to brace themselves and hold on tight before flames erupted from his exhaust pipes, quickly turning blue. He shouted, "Torque over," and suddenly moved forward with incredible speed, dragging the others behind him as they headed toward 𝗧𝗏's team. Izuku was unable to finish her warning as Shoto's team had already passed them. Tenya called out "Reciproburst" to finish his move. 𝗧𝗏's teammates gasped in surprise at Tenya's sudden speed boost before looking up at 𝗧𝗏, who had managed to dodge them by moving his head to the right. Shoto's team flew by, leaving a trail of smoke before they came to a stop. Shoto and Tenya turned around in surprise to look at 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and said that while Tenya might be fast, so was he. Present Mike exclaimed in excitement about the incredible speed displayed, wondering why 𝗧𝗏 hadn't shown it off in the preliminaries. He continued to commentate, noting that despite Tenya's efforts, 𝗧𝗏 still held the 10 million points, which made the audience cheer. Tenya, feeling disappointed as smoke billowed from his exhaust pipes, apologized to his teammates, closing his eyes in regret. Shoto reassured them that they still had enough points to make it to the next round and that they just needed to focus on defense. She glanced over at 𝗧𝗏's team, seeing them praise him, which made her clench her fists in frustration as flames began to flicker from her left arm. Denki warned her to watch it as the flames were dangerously close to his face. Shoto looked at her arm in surprise before extinguishing the flames, questioning her own actions and her thoughts. Present Mike announced that the game was almost over and began a countdown as steam rose from a part of Shoto's ice. A hologram timer appeared with 10 seconds on it, while Midnight stood nearby, ready to signal the end. A buzzer went off as the time began to count down. Suddenly, Katsuki broke through the ice, soaring through the air with multiple headbands around his neck. He yelled at 𝗧𝗏 in frustration as he flew toward him. 𝗧𝗏 felt a sense of concern as he noticed Katsuki's approach. Ijiro called out to Katsuki, along with Mina and Hanta, who chased after him. Present Mike announced that time was up, causing Katsuki to freeze midair before falling face-first to the ground. He declared that the second round was officially over, and the audience erupted in cheers. 𝗧𝗏 and his team celebrated their victory while Katsuki's team rushed to check on him as he remained on the ground, expressing his rage by slamming his fist into the ground repeatedly, startling his teammates. Shoto landed on the ground, expressing her frustration to herself. Present Mike then revealed the top 4 teams. In first place for the second time was Team L/N, prompting cheers from the audience. 𝗧𝗏's team, now separated, also celebrated. Achiko ran up to 𝗧𝗏, excitedly congratulating him, followed by Izuku, who expressed surprise at 𝗧𝗏's speed. Mei joined them, proudly holding her jetpack and attributing their success to her inventions. 𝗧𝗏 thanked them all, acknowledging that he couldn't have done it without their support, which made them smile. Present Mike announced Team Bakugo in second place, leading Mina to complain about being so close to first. Hanta remained optimistic, while Ijiro pointed out that their leader might not share that sentiment, especially as Katsuki yelled in frustration again. Present Mike then announced Team Todoroki in third place, prompting Momo to sigh about their near miss with the 10 million point headband. Tenya expressed his disappointment, feeling he had let everyone down, but Momo reassured him that no one could have predicted 𝗧𝗏's speed. Present Mike then expressed surprise as he announced Team Shinso in fourth place, questioning how they had come back into the running. Hitoshi thanked his teammates, who looked around in confusion as he walked away with a smirk. Shoto glanced at 𝗧𝗏 before looking at her left hand, reflecting on her earlier promise not to use her powers to attack. Frustrated, she clenched her fist, feeling that at this rate, 𝗧𝗏 would win, and she would become exactly what her father, the number 2 hero 𝗵𝗲, wanted her to be. Present Mike announced a lunch break before the afternoon festivities, suggesting to Eraserhead that they grab some food, but 𝗧𝗪 replied that he was taking a nap. Outside the stadium, the audience and students gathered for lunch. Tsuyu expressed her disappointment over her team's loss in the cavalry battle and congratulated Mina for making it to the next round. Mina downplayed her contribution, feeling that Bakugo had only chosen her for her ability to melt Todoroki's ice. 𝗧𝗏 spoke with Tenya, apologizing for their plan not working out, but Tenya insisted no apologies were necessary, acknowledging that their class representative had his own tricks. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and then realized something was amiss. He asked where Midoriya was, looking around until he heard her voice near the faculty and student entrance, where she mentioned being brought there. Now what? She wondered about 𝗧𝗏. He quickly camouflaged himself and peeked around the corner of the entrance, noticing her standing across from Shoto. Izuku and Shoto faced each other at the faculty and student entrance. She asked Shoto what they should do next, but he remained silent. She suggested they should eat soon since the cafeteria would get busy, yet Shoto still didn't respond. Feeling nervous, she thought to herself that he was all cold intimidation, very different from Kaken. Suddenly, Shoto spoke, expressing that he had gotten angry, which led him to break a promise he had made to himself long ago. She thought about how it would have given him an advantage to use his left side, but he chose not to. Then, Shoto asked Izuku if he was really All Might's secret love child, causing Izuku to freeze in surprise. Confused, she thought about how insane that sounded but understood why he might think that. Shoto pressed for an answer, and Izuku nervously denied it, realizing that even if she believed him, she might not trust him anyway. She questioned why Shoto would think that about her. Shoto's response intrigued her, suggesting that there was something between them that they weren't supposed to discuss. Izuku, feeling flustered, looked away. Shoto revealed that her father was the hero 𝗵𝗲, the number 2 hero, and if Izuku had any connection to All Might, it would give her even more reason to defeat him. She explained her father's ambition and how he had used his power to make a name for himself, but had never been able to surpass All Might, who represented his failure. Izuku admitted she wasn't sure what Shoto was implying and asked for clarification. Shoto mentioned the concept of quirk marriages, describing how they had become problematic in the early generations after superpowers emerged. Some sought out partners solely to create powerful offspring, leading to unethical arranged marriages. She shared that her father had gone to great lengths to secure her mother's quirk and was raising her to surpass All Might. Izuku gasped in surprise at this revelation. Shoto expressed her frustration, refusing to be a tool for her father. She recalled memories of her mother, who had often cried and once called her left side unbearable. Covering the left side of her face with her hand, she revealed that her mother had once poured boiling water on her. The fight with Izuku was meant to prove her capabilities without relying on her father's fire quirk. She was determined to show him that she could achieve first place on her own. Unbeknownst to them, 𝗧𝗏 had been listening to their conversation, still camouflaged and observing from the entrance. He felt empathy for Shoto, realizing that her life was vastly different from his own and sounded terrible. As Shoto began to walk away, he quickly and quietly jumped up and stuck to the wall, watching her exit. Shoto declared that despite their connection to All Might, she would defeat Izuku using only her right side, assuring him of her determination. 𝗧𝗏 reflected on how they both had tragic pasts, realizing they weren't so different after all. Izuku suddenly chased after Shoto, calling for her to wait. She halted, and he explained that he was only there because of the support he had received from others, feeling fortunate for the help he had gotten since joining you. He admired All Might for his fearless smile and wanted to become just like him, believing he needed to grow strong enough to be number 1. Shoto listened as he acknowledged that his motivation might seem trivial compared to hers, but he was equally determined not to lose. He felt a sense of responsibility to those who had supported him. After a moment, he declared that she had declared war on him earlier, and he was ready to fight back. The two shared a determined gaze before Shoto walked away, leaving him behind. 𝗧𝗏 smiled at Izuku before crawling away. Later, 𝗧𝗏 found himself in the school cafeteria, sitting at a table and enjoying chicken curry when Denki joined him, sitting across the table. Denki congratulated him on coming in first again, and 𝗧𝗏 returned the compliment for Denki's third-place finish. Denki then apologized for going after 𝗧𝗏 during the cavalry battle, explaining it wasn't his choice. 𝗧𝗏 reassured him that there was no need to apologize since it was a competition, which made Denki smile. Denki extended his fist for a fist bump, and 𝗧𝗏 responded in kind. Suddenly, their hands began generating electricity, and the two watched in surprise as their electricities connected before fading away. They pulled their arms back, looking at their hands in confusion. 𝗧𝗏 asked if Denki was okay, noticing he seemed a bit off. Denki replied that he felt a little funny but assured 𝗧𝗏 he would be fine. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and assured that they could handle a little electricity. After agreeing, they both returned to their lunches. After lunch, everyone gathered back in the stadium. President Mike announced with excitement, urging the audience to raise their foam fingers as it was almost time for the last round. He shared good news for those who didn't make the finals, explaining that there would be fun side games for everyone to participate in. The cheerleaders from America began cheering, adding to the excitement. President Mike encouraged everyone to enjoy the side games before the main event, promising that the top 16 students from the 4 teams would compete in a thrilling one-on-one tournament that no one would want to miss. The students from the cavalry battle gathered near midnight, who stood on a small stage. 𝐼𝐺𝐸 expressed his excitement about finally having the chance to show what they were made of, having watched the finals every year. Mina asked if it was always a tournament, to which Hanta explained that while the finals were always one-on-one, the format changed each year. Midnight instructed the students to come closer and draw lots to see who they would face, reminding them to enjoy the recreational games before the competition began. She noted that the 16 finalists could choose to participate in the activities or conserve their stamina for the battles ahead. Myheroacademia raised his hand, gaining everyone's attention, and announced that he was withdrawing, surprising his classmates. Izuku expressed disbelief, while Tenya reminded him that this was a rare chance to be scouted. Myheroacademia explained that he barely remembered the cavalry battle and felt it wouldn't be right to advance without understanding how he got there. He revealed that he felt like a puppet during the battle and refused to advance if he didn't earn his place. Toru encouraged him to prove himself in the finals, while Mina agreed, sharing her own feelings of inadequacy during the battle. Myheroacademia insisted that it was about his pride and he wouldn't give that up. 𝗓𝗏𝗔𝗂𝐁 stepped forward, introducing himself and stating that he also wished to withdraw for similar reasons. He felt that advancing without earning his spot would go against the values of the festival. 𝗓𝗏𝗄, moved by their sentiments, expressed admiration for their manliness. President Mike commented on the unusual turn of events, while Shota noted that they would need to hear Midnight's thoughts on the matter. Midnight, raising her WHP, told the boys that their perspective was naive. With a playful smile, she announced that Myheroacademia and 𝗓𝗏𝗔𝗂𝐁 were officially withdrawn. The students murmured in surprise at her enthusiastic demeanor. Yuga placed a reassuring hand on Myheroacademia's shoulder, promising to win for him, while Myheroacademia looked on nervously. Midnight then stated that they needed to move up 2 students from the 5th-place cavalry team to ensure enough contestants. Itsuka raised her hand, explaining that they had been frozen for most of the battle and suggested choosing from the group that had fought continuously. Tetsu was surprised when Itsuka assured him that her suggestion was fair, and he expressed his gratitude. After some deliberation, it was decided that Tetsu and Iburo would advance to the next round. Midnight announced their advancement and directed the students' attention to the bracket, revealing their opponents. The audience cheered as the matchups appeared on the screen, including Shinso vs Midoriya, Todoroki vs Zero, and others. Tetsu and Kirishima expressed their frustration at the matchups, while 𝗧𝗏 encouraged Momo to give it their all. As the excitement built, Hitoshi approached Izuku, confirming her identity. Before she could respond, Myheroacademia covered her mouth, warning Hitoshi not to get too close. Afterward, Myheroacademia uncovered Izuku's mouth, explaining that she shouldn't speak to Hitoshi. Shoto contemplated her potential match against Izuku, eager for the challenge. Katsuki, confused, questioned who 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was, while May approached 𝗕𝗏 with excitement, revealing she had something nice for him. 𝗵 then announced a pause for some thrilling side games before the battles began, heightening the anticipation in the stadium. First, there was the idea of a scavenger hunt, announced with excitement. Some of the students eagerly participated, rushing toward cards that were placed on the floor. Hanta flipped over a card that read, "bag," and called out to the audience, asking if anyone had a bag to lend him. Rikido discovered a card that read, "cat," while Denki found one that said, "textbook." Rikido expressed his surprise at the card he held and wondered aloud if anyone had managed to sneak a cat into the arena. Denki sought a big textbook from the audience. 𝗧/N flipped over a card that read, "back fat," expressing shock at the unexpected find. After the side games concluded, it was time for the finals. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was busy using his quirk on liquid cement to construct the arena. Once he finished, he informed everyone that he was done. 𝗵 took the opportunity to engage the audience, thanking 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and asking if they were ready for the real battles to begin. He encouraged the crowd to feel the excitement, reminding them that the competitors would have to rely on their heart, skill, strength, wisdom, and courage to rise to the top. 𝗧/N sat with classmates in a special section of the stands, eagerly awaiting the first match between Izuku and Hitoshi. Meanwhile, Izuku stood in a hall leading to the arena, eyes closed and left fist over her chest, anxiously waiting for the match to start. All Might approached her from behind, greeting her and expressing his admiration for her progress with One for All. Izuku explained that while she couldn't fully wield it yet, 𝗧/N had been instrumental in helping her learn to control it better. All Might noted that based on his observations, Izuku was using about 10% of One for All, which surprised her. She acknowledged that without 𝗧/N's help, she might have struggled even more. All Might praised 𝗧/N, confident that he would make a fine hero. He then offered Izuku some advice, encouraging her to smile whenever she felt scared or nervous about a fight. He reminded her that she had made it this far and urged her to stand tall, assuring her that he was cheering her on. As flames erupted from the corners of the arena, 𝗵 announced that it was time to get to the exciting part of the event. He welcomed the first fighters, and the screen displayed images of Izuku and Hitoshi. 𝗵 made a light-hearted comment about Izuku's expression in the picture, noting that she looked a bit scared. He introduced Izuku Midoriya from the hero course, setting the stage for the upcoming battle. He announced as Izuku walked towards the arena with a nervous smile. 𝗵 continued, introducing Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who had yet to make a significant impression. He explained the rules clearly: immobilize the opponent or force them out of the ring, with the option to win by getting the other person to give up. He added that they had Recovery Girl on standby for any injuries. 𝗵 encouraged the competitors to set aside their morals and play strategically, emphasizing that while they could be tough, life-threatening actions were strictly prohibited. Real heroes used their powers to capture villains, not to harm them. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 then used his quirk to create a large chair, where he seated himself, stating that he would intervene if things got too rough. Izuku closed her eyes and sighed nervously. Hitoshi remarked that giving up was an option, prompting Izuku to open her eyes and look at him. He commented that this was a test of spirit and encouraged her not to worry about others' opinions regarding her future. 𝗵 asked if they were ready, and Hitoshi referred to myheroacademia, calling him foolish for throwing away his chance. 𝗵 signaled the start of the match. Hitoshi expressed his thoughts on myheroacademia's pride, which made Izuku gasp in surprise. Anger surged within her as she activated her quirk and charged at him, declaring that he shouldn't speak about myheroacademia that way. Suddenly she stopped, standing still, and Hitoshi smirked, claiming victory. myheroacademia stood up in frustration, lamenting that he had warned her not to speak. All Might gasped in surprise as he watched the match unfold from the hallway. 𝗵 questioned the situation, noting that Izuku was completely frozen. 𝗧/N, 𝗕𝗏, and Achiko rose from their seats, looking at Izuku with concern. Achiko encouraged her, while 𝗕𝗏 wondered why she wasn't moving. 𝗵 remarked that this was the first match and should start with excitement, but instead, 𝗧𝗂 was unmoving, leaving the audience and other students surprised. 𝗵𝗃 speculated whether 𝗧𝗂's expression indicated a quirk at work, suggesting that Hitoshi had her completely stunned. He noted that while Hitoshi hadn't stood out in earlier rounds, this unexpected turn of events showcased his strength. 𝗧𝗪 commented on the irrationality of the entrance exam, explaining that he had gathered information on the final competitors. He revealed that Shinso had failed the practical exam for the hero course, likely anticipating this outcome. Despite having a powerful quirk, the entrance test favored those with physical superpowers, leaving Shinso at a disadvantage. 𝗧𝗂 and Hitoshi remained locked in their standoff, with 𝗧𝗂 under Hitoshi's control. Hitoshi acknowledged their current situation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a mix of emotions as Hitoshi expressed his envy. Hitoshi instructed her to turn around and walk out of bounds, and to everyone's surprise, 𝗧𝗂 began to comply. 𝗵𝗃 commented in astonishment that Midoriya was actually obeying him. Concerned, Achiko questioned what 𝗧𝗂 was doing, while Tenya warned that she would lose the match if she exited the ring. 𝗧/N thought hopefully for 𝗧𝗂 to snap out of it. All Might, watching from the hall, wondered about the strange power at play and gasped as he saw 𝗧𝗂 slowly approaching the edge of the arena. He urged her to return and show her true strength. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂 began to charge her quirk in her fingers. Hitoshi, still determined, told her that despite her abilities, he had his own dreams of becoming a great hero and wanted her to lose. As she neared the edge, 𝗧𝗂 flexed her fingers, unleashing a powerful blast of wind that swept through the arena, momentarily pushing back Hitoshi, All Might, and Midnight. Gasping for breath, 𝗧𝗂 broke free from her trance just before exiting the arena, much to the excitement of 𝗵𝗃 and the cheering audience. 𝗧/N and Tenya celebrated her timely stop, while Achiko expressed her relief. However, 𝗧/N noticed 𝗧𝗂's fingers were injured, realizing she had pushed herself too far. Myheroacademia sighed in relief, while Hitoshi, in disbelief, confronted 𝗧𝗂 about her unexpected strength. Despite his anger, 𝗧𝗂 remained silent, shaking her head in response. Hitoshi, feeling a mix of jealousy and frustration, continued to taunt her about her quirk and how easy it was for her to pursue her goals. As 𝗧𝗂 charged at him, Hitoshi lashed out in anger, but she stood her ground, glaring back at him. The tension escalated as he struck her injured fingers, causing her pain, but she pressed on, pushing him back. Hitoshi, frustrated, attempted to force her out of the ring, but 𝗧𝗂, fueled by determination, grabbed him and executed a powerful throw, sending him crashing to the ground outside the arena. The audience gasped in surprise as Midnight announced that Hitoshi was out of bounds, declaring 𝗧𝗂 the winner of the match. The crowd erupted in cheers, and 𝗵𝗃 celebrated her victory. Achiko sighed in relief, while Tenya praised 𝗧𝗂's last-minute maneuver. 𝗧/N commented on Hitoshi's earlier actions, and Denki joked about 𝗧𝗂's shoulder throw. As the excitement settled, 𝗵𝗃 acknowledged both fighters' bravery. 𝗧𝗂 pondered Hitoshi's earlier question about his motivations for becoming a hero, prompting him to reflect on his own desires. As he walked toward the exit, he heard his classmates cheering for him, which momentarily halted him. They expressed their pride and admiration for his performance, surprising him with their support. Hitoshi reminded 𝗧𝗂 that depending on the results, there could be opportunities for transfers into the hero course. He resolved not to give up even if this match hadn't gone his way. Determined to become a top hero, Hitoshi declared his intentions to get certified and surpass everyone around him. 𝗧𝗂 nodded in agreement, but soon found herself under the influence of his quirk again, prompting a chuckle from Hitoshi. He noted that people usually tensed up when speaking with him, smirking as he warned her to stay on guard, or else she might be defeated. After releasing her from his quirk, he urged her not to lose and make him look bad. 𝗧𝗂 confidently assured him that she wouldn't. After receiving treatment from Recovery Girl, 𝗧𝗂 joined her classmates in the stands. 𝗧/N greeted her warmly, and Achiko praised her performance. Tenya informed her that they had saved a seat for her, which made her smile. 𝗧𝗂 thanked them and noticed Myheroacademia raising his fist in congratulations, to which she responded with a smile and a nod. As flames erupted from the corners of the arena, signaling the start of the next match, Present Mic announced the competitors. He introduced 𝗵𝗲, noting his skills despite his unusual elbows, and then introduced Shoto Todoroki, who had earned his place in the hero course through recommendations. Present Mic asked if they were ready for the second match of the finals, and 𝗵𝗲 expressed his doubts about winning. With the match underway, 𝗵𝗲 shot out tape from his elbows, wrapping it around Shoto's arms and legs. He declared that he didn't want to lose either, tearing the tape from his left elbow and spinning to pull Shoto toward him. Present Mic commented on the surprising and strong start from 𝗵𝗲, while Shoto regarded him with a cold stare. Apologizing, Shoto used her right foot to freeze the ground, creating an enormous glacier of ice that halted 𝗵𝗲's advance. The audience watched in stunned silence as Shoto exhaled cold air and broke the now frozen tape. 𝗵𝗲, mostly encased in ice, questioned if Shoto had gone too far. Midnight asked him if he could move at all, to which 𝗵𝗲 replied that he was indeed freezing. Midnight announced that 𝗧𝗏 had been immobilized, allowing Todoroki to advance to the second round. The audience remained silent, still in shock, before offering their praise to 𝗵𝗲 for his efforts. As Shoto approached 𝗵𝗲, she apologized for her overwhelming display of power. Placing her left hand on his chest, she generated heat to slowly melt the ice. She explained that her anger had driven her actions.